Ladies and gents, just in case anyone's wondering why I'm sitting here and it's gone 10 o'clock and we haven't resumed the inquiry, it's because we're waiting for Mr. Richards, who asked yesterday for the opportunity to carry out another meeting this morning at 9 o'clock, again with one of my colleagues. And I said that I would give that opportunity to happen. We've heard that it's not long until he returns, but I'm obviously not going to kick off this morning until we have the council's advocate with us. So accept my apologies for a slight delay in the start, but I'm sure we won't be very long. We'll all just sit here looking vaguely at pieces of paper while we wait for him to appear. Thanks very much. Of this inquiry into the appeal by JPM Limited against the refusal of permission by West Northants Council for construction of a solar farm on land south of Halse Road. Can I remind everybody to switch mobile phones to silent, please? Fire procedures, no fire alarms today if the real thing goes off. As I understand it from our messaging yesterday, it's follow the green signs to the mound is our gathering place just outside the door. Just a reminder of where we've got to, we have heard from all the main parties' opening statements. We've had some commentary from local residents yesterday and the opportunity to start the formal evidence of the council in the form of their landscape evidence. And Mr. Berber, which we are partway through cross-examination on. And Mr. Berber has had an interesting, I hope, quiet and isolated night away from his team, something we do try to avoid, but it happens occasionally. Can I just ask quickly whether there's any issues that have raised their head overnight that I should be aware of before we go back into the cross-exam?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not from us, sir.
All right, Ms. Curtis.
This may be one for later, but I'll just mention it now. CLAG's witnesses don't have printed copies of the core documents, and two of them might have difficulty accessing on a computer. So we were going to ask if one of the witnesses, Mr. Foote, could sit with Nicholas and Veronica Ward during their evidence in case they need to access any core documents, just to press the buttons for them.
To press the buttons for them. Oh, I see, to do the electronic stuff. Potentially, or we've got a library here that does have the core documents in hard copy if we need to use it that way. I think we can probably find a way that works successfully. Slightly odd to have people sitting next to each other, but I'm sure we can find a way that will work if it's about searching the right thing electronically. All right. Very good. I'll pass over, I think, to Ms. Osmond-Smith for continuation. I seem to remember we were dealing with ash dieback. We're about to move into something new.
So yes, still dealing with some broad points. And good morning, Mr. Ferber.
Good morning.
Hello. First of all, we're just going to pick up on core document 4.11, which is the South Northamptonshire Landscape Character Assessment dated December 2020. And it's going to be a voyage of discovery because none of the pages are numbered, and likewise, none of the paragraphs are numbered.
I have that now.
But you have that. Okay, well, just to pick up on a couple of points that we explored yesterday. And the first was the question I put to you about this being a well-wooded landscape, and you thought, to paraphrase, I was pushing that too high. Let's just look at some references on that. If we go to landscape character type 6, on an unspecified page, and I have the character area extract separately to the introductory document. I don't know how you're working with it. Perhaps you can assist for those using electronic copies as to what page of the PDF that is. No, CD 4.11. Yeah, it's the 2020.
If somebody can give me a PDF page number, that would be.
I can't, and I can't for this reason, that I've got the PDFs separately in respect of, first of all, the introductory, secondly, the landscape character types for 6 and for 13. So if we're looking at landscape character type 6, it's the first page.
It's not on the electronic version on the council's website, so I need to refer to a hard copy.
Okay, fine. Mr. Richards, are you able to access it? Do you have it?
I've got a 23-page PDF document.
Right, so that's not it. Okay. Okay, fine. We'll have to remedy that, but I can come back to the point. You've included extracts of this within your evidence.
Yes.
This document. So we'll make sure that the full version is handed around for the inquiry. But what I'm going to do, merely for the sake of now, is just indicate that in respect of both landscape character areas 6 and 13, there is reference within this study to numerous small deciduous woodlands, copses, shelter belts. And they give together the impression in both character areas of a well-wooded landscape.
Yeah, I think you have to read that characteristic in conjunction with other descriptions. So, for example, at 3.9 of my proof, I draw out the sort of characteristics of expansive panoramic views from more elevated areas, and then it does acknowledge in that key characteristic about the combination of landform and vegetation in lower lying areas, restricting the extent of views, giving rise to a sense of intimacy where modern influences are absent.
Yeah.
So there is that acknowledgement that in places the combination of vegetation does provide a more enclosed character.
Yeah, so we see a sort of a range throughout both character areas because we're dealing with 13 and 6 primarily when we're looking at the site in its immediate context. as you do. And we have set out in the documents a range of characteristics, some more open areas, some more enclosed, impression of well-wooded area in some places, and also a range of different hedgerow types.
I think there's a range of vegetation. I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to describe it well wooded. I think that a lot of the vegetation is actually mature hedgerows and hedgerow trees. I think the amount of woodland is fairly limited. But yes, obviously it does exist.
Well, we'll make sure that everyone's got a copy of that so we can see, but the words well wooded appear in the characteristics for both of those areas, don't they?
So, well, I don't have it in front of me, so.
Right, okay. Well, I'll flag that now. It does, and we can go back and read that later. Now, one of the... No, because no one else has it, so we'll get... Make sure everyone has it.
What I would refer to also on page 310 of my, paragraph 310 of my evidence, I do pick up on the fact at the last bullet point of 310 that it says that textures provided by hedgerow and stream side trees and occasional woodland blocks punctuating the landscape, and a sense of unity prevails over the landscape due to the consistent pattern of land cover. That's at page 32.
Yeah. I mean, you've extracted certain characteristics, but of course, when we look at these character areas, and the way in which the assessments look at them is to look at the character area as a whole and then to separate them into their constituent parts, where separate unifying characteristics have been used to identify smaller components. And we've got to look at those characteristics as a whole.
You have to look at those that are relevant to the project and to the study area, and that's what I've sought to extract. I don't think it's fair to describe either the site itself, the immediate context, or even the wider context within 2 kilometres as containing, as being well wooded. That isn't a description that would apply. It may apply to the wider landscape character area beyond the study area. And I can see, for example, it's quite easy to see on Mr. Evans' viewpoint location plan the areas of those blocks of woodland. So we've got the area that we talked about yesterday, the Rural 6 party at Park Spinney, for example, by the substation. We've got the area Cockley Break near Cockley that forms a backdrop to Cockley Hill Farm. We've also got Halse Copse, which are located some distance to the east of the appeal site. But apart from those areas of woodland, that's the rest of it is largely sort of trees that are either along the disused railway, tree groups which we don't classify as woodland, tree belts rather, or hedgerow trees.
Yeah, I mean, hedgerow trees can combine together with those different elements that you've alighted upon to create the impression of a well-wooded character, can't they?
Yeah, but as I said again, I don't recognise that description in relation to the appeal site and the immediate locality of the appeal site.
Okay.
I would defer to the description on page 32 of the South Northamptonshire character study, which I just quoted to you from my evidence.
Yeah, well, this is the South Northamptonshire character study. Are you referring to the earlier ones?
Sorry, I'm referring to page 32 of CD 411.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, it's one of those things, isn't it, that Mr. Ferber, that the inspector will go out and he'll look around and take a view about how well wooded he thinks it is,
Yeah, of course.
having regard to the character area appraisals that both you and Mr. Evans have drawn to his attention. But sticking with planting, if we may, for the moment, one of the points that you make in respect of the landscape strategy for this scheme is that the new hedgerow planting would not follow historic hedgerow patterns.
That's correct.
And you say that at 3.18 of your proof. just want to dive into that point a little more. We agreed yesterday that hedgerow planting is a common and accepted way to mitigate visual impacts and visual impacts of solar farms in particular, yes?
It is, yes.
And what's proposed here is native hedgerow planting that's completely in character with the existing planting.
I think insofar as the species selection that's suggested, and the fact that there are going to be hedgerow trees as well as shrub species, insofar as that goes, it would do. But what I would counter that with is that the location of the hedgerows is purely designed to screen the solar panels. It doesn't actually reflect the underlying pattern of hedgerows that are present in the landscape. And I do set out in detail in my evidence how that has occurred, and Mr. Evans agreed with that in his landscape rebuttal, that basically you've got a arrangement of curvilinear hedgerows that are the historic hedgerows. So you see those along Halse Lane, you see them along or close to the footpath that runs north-south through the site. And you also see them on some of the site boundaries, so like the dogleg boundary to the west. And what you had in sort of about, around the time of the Enclosure Acts was that you had some straight subdivision of those historic field boundaries into sort of medium-sized units. And then in the 20th century, some of those internal boundaries were lost. But what we're actually proposing, or what the appellant is actually proposing here, is to introduce hedgerow lines in, I would say, in the new hedgerow lines. If we just look at where those are located, we've got one to the north of parcel F2, which is along the edge of the solar farm. And that's basically a straight line that sort of runs broadly parallel with Halse Road. So I'm looking on the proposed site layout and landscape strategy plan. And that leaves a kind of a uncharacteristic sort of narrow leftover piece of agricultural land between Halse Road and the northern edge of the solar farm. And then if we look to another location where there's a proposed hedgerow on the southern boundary, again implemented as we saw from the photomontage 10, located between the existing hedge and the southern edge of the solar farm, again purely to offer some screening, albeit not particularly successfully, of the solar panels in that location. And then I think the third area of hedgerow planting is actually alongside the public right of way that runs through the site. So that includes parcel F4 to the south of the disused railway, and also between parcels F1 and F2. So those purely are the function of trying to limit the views of the adjacent solar farm from the public right of way, and it's leaving what's really left over for the purposes of pastoral grazing, sort of probably perfectly accessible, but not producing the most efficient way of farming the site, but not leaving a field pattern that's characteristic when that solar farm would be decommissioned in 40 years' time.
To go back to the question, it's about the historic pattern. That's the issue you took in your proof of evidence, and I want to explore that. Can you turn to core document 7.6, please? And core document 7.6 is the heritage statement. And within that, towards the back, you will find figure 5, which is the 1845 tithe map. And we can see from that map, and we know from Mrs. Kibble's helpful evidence yesterday that this was prior to the railway line going in, mid-19th century. And you'll see there the field boundaries as at 1845. Do you see that?
I'm just waiting for it to open. It's been a bit slow.
Near the back. Thank you.
Figure 6 or figure 5?
Figure 5. And this goes to your point of alleging conflict with historic field boundaries. And what we see there from the site is that this is prior, obviously, to the railway going in, and we see that over the page, and obviously we know the field pattern now. What we have on site today is not a reflection of the historic field and hedgerow pattern, is it?
It is. What's happened is that you've retained some of those historic boundaries, such as the parcel, as the hedgerow between parcel F4 and F5. You've also still got the historic boundaries along the perimeter of the site. So to the west of F3, we've got Halse Road that's very clearly shown the same delineation at Halse Road. What we've lost is some of the internal subdivision,
Yeah,
which is what I've acknowledged.
that's a significant loss of internal subdivision on the field boundaries, isn't it?
Wouldn't describe it as significant. I think you've still got the subdivisions that again are shown on the historic map to the north east of the railway corridor. I can pick up those lines quite clearly, the parallel lines that run from to the northeast, the rail corridor to Halse Road. Those were there historically. So I think some of the internal field boundaries were there and are still there today.
Forgive me, there have been losses of internal field boundaries in every part of this scheme.
There's been losses of field boundaries, but what the design guidance or a sensible approach to reinstatement of field boundaries is to actually reinstate historic field boundaries where they were lost, and that this scheme doesn't do that. For example, the boundary, the application boundary at parcel F12, that doesn't follow historic field boundaries. There's an opportunity lost there. The other parcels, as I said, the hedgerows are just purely created for visual screening, not to reflect any pattern. There's no historical precedent for these narrow, rather odd shaped field parcels that are left over, as I described, to the north of parcel F2. That doesn't appear historically. So we're just creating a field pattern that's superimposing the geometric sort of and artificial requirements for screening onto the landscape.
Let me ask you this. Is it your evidence to the inquiry that what we have on site reflects an intact historic field pattern?
I didn't say that. I said that in my evidence, I've been quite clear about, and I think we just need to go back to that just to avoid any confusion. Clearly there is some confusion about what I've actually said with regard to the historic field boundary. And I'll just find that reference for you.
3.18, page 25 is what we're dealing with in your proof of evidence.
Yeah, so at paragraph 318 on page 25, I start off, well, halfway through that paragraph saying the existing field pattern of the landscape is defined by defined by hedgerows and intermittent tree belts. It's variable with both straight and curvilinear boundaries, the latter of which typically follow historic features such as country lanes, the railway corridor and streams. Straight field boundaries are typically found infilling within this historic curvilinear pattern as a result of the 18th century enclosure acts to create typically medium scale fields that had often been enlarged due to 20th century modern farming. In places within the appeal site, the juxtaposition of new straight field boundary hedgerows and historic curvilinear field boundaries would create uncharacteristic narrow parcels of leftover land, including the double hedgerow arrangement at the southern edge of parcel F12, and more extensively, the corridor of land north of parcel F2, where a straight hedgerow would be planted along the edge of solar farm south of Halse Road.
Have you forgotten the question I asked? Should we go back to it?
Yeah, you're quite welcome to go back to it.
Yeah, I'm going to need you to focus really closely on the questions I'm asking rather than giving your evidence over and over again, because it, as I said yesterday, Mr. Ferber, it's taking longer than expected and it's going to take much longer than that. You make a criticism of the new hedgerow planting proposed by this scheme, in part on the basis of a failure to reflect historic field patterns.
Yes.
That's a fair characterization of your
Yes.
evidence. Okay. So then we have to consider to what extent this site actually reflects historic field patterns. And I'm going to ask you a really straightforward question now, and I'd like an answer to it with either a yes or no, because that's the way I'm going to put the question, and then qualify if you need. What is on site does not reflect an intact historic field pattern, does it?
It does. Not an intact one, because you know what is there is historic field pattern. It's not fully intact, and I acknowledge that in my evidence.
It's not intact. There have been some considerable losses, primarily as a result of the railway, which went through the middle of the site and brought a fundamental change to this site in the 19th century, correct?
No, I disagree that they're substantial. I think you've got historic field bound pattern on both sides of the railway. There is a small amount of loss, but it's not substantial. You can identify field boundaries that are historic, internal, on both sides of the railway that are still there today.
Well, I'll put a marker down now. I'll ask Mrs. Stoughton to deal with that when she comes to give her heritage evidence, because I know that she's done the exercise of understanding where those field boundaries were, and that will help assist. But you can put the tide map away, and we're going to go back and have a look at the statement of common ground. And if you go to the tables at the back of the statement of common ground,
That's appendix 1.
yeah.
Yes.
Before we get into the character areas, and looking at the elements of the landscape as a resource, that's why we've got topography, trees, hedgerow, land cover, etc.
Yes.
And we've got footpaths as well, public rights of way. And what we have here is no physical adverse impact on those public rights of way as a landscape character resource.
Yes, I've acknowledged that. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't physically interfere with those routes. So when we look at public rights of way and adverse effects, we're considering the visual effects to them rather than,
correct.
yeah, as a landscape element. Okay. So let's, before we go to visual, we're going to just think a bit more about character areas. And you looked at the plan yesterday from the environmental statement, the landscape character plan, which is figure 2.4. So it's CD5A. ES figure 2.4. $7.58. You tell me when you have that, Mr. Ferber.
Sorry, CD 5.
7.5A.
Yeah.
And it's figure 2.4.
Website's failing to load. Got it off my desktop, that's fine.
Okay. Well, we can see, and you explored with Mr. Richards yesterday, that this is an appeal site which crosses over essentially two landscape areas. 13A is the majority of the site, and 6A is the southern eastern part of the site.
That's correct.
And adjacent is 10A. And the straightforward point about 6A and 13A is that they're, of course, large character areas.
Well, I don't understand the definition large. It's rather subjective. They are character areas.
Okay, they're much larger than
yeah.
the site.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And 13A incorporates the special landscape area. That's one of its components.
Some of it does.
And some of it's in
part
10A
of it,
as well.
Yeah, part
Yeah.
of it, yeah.
So the special landscape is in those character areas. And 10A is adjacent, but of course, physically unaffected by the appeal scheme.
That's correct.
And we agree that the proposals would not give rise to a significant adverse effect on the character areas as a whole. You acknowledge that in your proof at 230, largely because of the size of the character areas at play.
I don't think that's entirely accurate. I don't think there's going to be a significant effect on character area 10. And there won't be an effect on 6A, the TOF catchment at a character area level. But I do consider there would be within the study area a significant effect on 13A.
Yeah, that's why I said character areas as a whole, Mr. Fair, but that's why I put the question in the way that I did.
Yeah, well,
So in what way was the question unfair?
Because when you look at Glivia 3, the reference to how you divide the assessment up, you look at the individual character areas, you look at the wider context. There's 4 levels that you assess it at. So it's not really relevant to assess it beyond, in its entirety, as we've sort of discussed in relation to national character areas, because there wouldn't be any development project that would have a significant effect on a national character area, because they are extensive.
Well, first of all, I'm not dealing with national character areas. I'm dealing with
But there's a point about
the
the
localized character areas.
But there's a point about the geographical extent at what you assess the effects at. And that was my point in chief, that if you extend the assessment boundary so wide as to incorporate so much land, of course, the magnitude is going to be is not going to be significant.
Mr. Ferber, forgive me, I think what's happening here is you're anticipating questions that Ms. Osmond-Smith is going to put to you and answering them before she's put them.
Okay.
I'm going to hopefully give a credit that she was going to ask you about the extent, and then she was going to bring it down to a local area. So just for now, let's not leap into the local area until we've completed the first question. If you feel that she hasn't then gone on to ask you the question, I will by all means give you a chance to do that, and I'm sure that she
Okay,
will
sir. Yeah.
understand that. But I think we'll get on better if we follow the route. Her role is to put questions to you in an order. It may be that you don't see the point of that order at the time. I'm sure she does. But there is a logic to the route that's come through. I need answers to the initial question.
Fine.
You know very well, having been in inquiries before, the inspectors will always give an opportunity for qualification. But I don't really want answers to questions that haven't yet been asked, if that makes sense.
That's fine.
Okay, so your 230 essentially, we look at these things from a macro level and we bring it in to eventually get down to a site level and understand the effects there. What I'm dealing with is the character areas as a whole, which of course you accept don't suffer from significant adverse impacts as a result of this scheme.
I don't accept that in relation to 13A. I think it does because of the lack of built development that is currently in that character area.
So just looking at the table that we have for LCT 13. So I'm looking in the statement of common ground and I'm looking at Appendix 1. And I'm looking on the second page of that, and at the bottom we have LCT 13, undulating hills and valleys, LCA 13A, within the detailed study area, and we get to a moderate adverse effect there,
That's correct.
which is not significant.
It is significant. You need to look over the page. Unfortunately, it's split.
Right. So that's significant within the detailed study area, which I think you have as, is that your 300 meter?
No, that's the 2 kilometre.
That's the 2 kilometre. So the 2 kilometre area, that doesn't encompass the whole of character area 3A, does it?
13A, no.
13A, no.
No.
So what I'm asking is about the whole of the character area 13A.
But that is an irrelevant unit to assess.
Well,
But it is assessed by both you and Mr. Evans, and there's a consistent view given that it's not affected at that character area level.
I haven't assessed it at character area level.
So-
I've only assessed it. I haven't assessed, only Mr. Evans assesses the national character areas at a character area level. I don't assess LCT 13A at a character area level.
So just help me understand this so I get a handle on what you mean at 230. Considered in line with GLVIA, we've got the site level, we know about that, we're going to come to that. Then we've got the level of immediate setting.
Yeah.
And then at the scale of the landscape character area, as assessed within the detailed studied area, noting it's unlikely that any development proposal would have potentially significant effects across an entire local landscape
Yes.
area.
Yeah.
So just looking, we're going macro, Mr. Ferber,
Yeah.
we're taking it big, and then we're going to come in. Looking at the local landscape character area level, 13A, you accept that there are not going to be significant adverse effects across 13A?
Yeah,
Is that-
in line with any development proposal, but I
Yeah.
haven't assessed it
Yeah.
at that level.
Oh, same with 6A. The same point would apply. This is a relatively low-lying development. Might be different if we're looking at a wind farm scheme, for example, which is very tall and can be perceived across a much broader area. But we're not saying.
No, I think it would even be very highly unlikely, the size of the character areas involved, that you would get significant effects extended across the whole of a local landscape area in any event.
Okay. And then we come to look at, you've got your detailed study area of 2 kilometres.
That's correct.
In which you say there would be significant adverse effects in relation to LCT 13, but not in relation to LCT 6.
But that's correct.
Okay. Now, as we know, there won't be any direct landscape effects outside the site. By that, I mean direct
outside the
physical.
site red line boundary. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. Yeah.
Yeah. And when we talk about landscape character impact, the landscape character is the receptor. We're concerned with the effects on the landscape as a resource.
Yes.
And there's a distinction there between visual effect, where people are the receptors.
There is, however, what I would say is that landscape character effects are perceived by people. So there is they're not two completely separate concepts.
But when you look outside the site, when you're talking about character effects beyond the site, they're essentially indirect effects.
Yes, they are. So, for example, one of the key characteristics of 13A is panoramic views across the valley. So that's a key characteristic.
Yeah.
So views are relevant.
But we see that again, panoramic views, of course, that's a visual receptor point.
But it's a key landscape characteristic.
That's something that people are going to see. And what you and Mr. Evans, I think, have fairly done within your assessment is you've looked at landscape elements, character elements, and you've looked at visual impact. And of course, there is a crossover because landscape character is perceived. That's how we know what it is. But it's also important to bear in mind the difference between a landscape character analysis and a visual impact assessment.
That's right. Yeah.
Agreed. Okay. So what I want to look at then is we'll come right in and we'll look at landscape character impacts within the site. And dealing with LCT 13, first of all, again, back to the statement of common ground, I think is the easiest place to look at this on Appendix 1, second page over. And it's the first of the LCTs that you deal with. And you have the sensitivity of the area of the site as high, and you get there by combining a medium value and a high susceptibility.
That's correct.
And the difference between you and Mr. Evans there is that Mr. Evans says medium sensitivity rather than your high. And that's essentially what takes you to the overall effect where you come out with a major adverse significant and Mr. Evans comes out with a moderate.
Yes, and I think that the point to note that does differ from the LVIA because the LVIA assessed a high sensitivity, but suggested the magnitude would be low on the site, resulting in a moderate adverse effect.
Well, I'm going to ask Mr. Evans about that and what his assessment means in respect of that, because as we've discussed, LCT 13A does include the special landscape areas, so that there are parts of it which have a higher sensitivity. But I just want to look at the assessment we've got in the statement of common ground. Looking at the sensitivity that you attribute to this site, which of course is outside of the special landscape area, you give it a high rating, which is of course at the top of the 3-level scale for sensitivity. Yeah.
Yeah, that's because the value is medium and the susceptibility I've assessed is high. I'm not sure how Mr. Evans had got to his conclusions on sensitivity, but in the appellant's LVIA, they assessed that the susceptibility was medium, but the value was high because of the presence of the special landscape area.
Yeah, but the special landscape area is not within the site.
Exactly, which is why I assessed the value to be medium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can we concentrate on your evidence? Because that's what I'm asking you questions about. We have here essentially a 3-level sensitivity scale. We've got high, medium, and low.
Yes.
And high is, of course, at the top of the tree, so to speak.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
It would include those areas of landscape value, special landscape areas, A and Bs, those sorts of things.
Well, it would if the susceptibility of those was also high.
And that's where you pitch the
Yeah.
site. You've got it high, so it's at the top of the scale.
Yeah, so we're not talking about the sensitivity isn't about the value. It's not just about the value of the landscape. It has to encompass considerations of value, and obviously the value I've assessed is lower.
Yeah.
Or the site is lower than the special landscape area or an A or an B.
Yeah, we're looking at that combination,
Yes,
value
yes,
susceptibility equals sensitivity.
yeah.
But what we also know is that we have to use judgment, professional judgment in understanding what the sensitivity of a site is.
Yes,
It's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2.
of course.
It might be 1 + 1 = 3 or 1 + 1 = 1. To give it that analysis, you have to take a step back and understand actually what's the scale I'm looking at and where does this site feature on the spectrum of sensitivity?
Yes,
And you put it at the top of the tree. That's
Yes.
where you pitch the site. And of course, the inspector will go along to site and in light of all the evidence and consider whether that's the right assessment.
yes, you will.
But one of the places that you differ, and you've set that out, is in respect of susceptibility. So you say low value, or sorry, forgive me, medium value, but this is a landscape which has not very much ability to accommodate this development.
It's got a high susceptibility to the type of change that's proposed
Yeah.
as part of the development. Yeah.
So I need to think about susceptibility with you. And susceptibility in a broad sense is the ability of the landscape to accommodate the change proposed without undue consequences for the baseline.
Yes. Yeah.
That's what GLVIA tells us. So when we're looking at susceptibility of any particular landscape to accommodate the change, that can vary depending on what's actually proposed, what the
Yes.
development is. And that's both its built components and also what's proposed to be kept in respect of landscape character elements, and also what might be proposed in terms of mitigation.
Yes.
And the methodology that we've got here, and you can find it at Appendix 2 to Mr. Evans's proof of evidence, also in the ES. It is part of the susceptibility judgment is understanding those elements of landscape character to be affected, possibly even lost, whether they can be replaced or substituted.
Yes, that's correct.
So the inspector will have to consider if we can agree on this. First of all, this sort of development and its characteristics and its nature, how it affects the elements of the site and whether those elements it affects can be replaced or substituted. Those are all relevant matters for the inspector to have regard to when considering the susceptibility of this site to this development.
That's correct.
Yeah. And again, in respect of susceptibility, you've put your judgment at the top of the tree. You say high.
Yes.
And to put that in some context, it's the same as if the appellant were proposing, for example, a new garden community on this site, or indeed not a solar farm, but a nuclear power station.
But I think you're confusing magnitude and susceptibility. I mean, susceptibility to a development that is basically geometric, in conflict with curvilinear field boundaries, is extending up valley sides, includes noise sources along over a kilometre of footpath. That's a landscape that's susceptible to that form of development, regardless of magnitude.
Yeah, I'm not confusing the two. I'm looking at the susceptibility of the site, and that's a development specific judgment.
It is, and I think this site would be highly susceptible to any of those forms of built development.
Yeah. And that's the point I'm getting to, that where you've put it on the scale, you can't go any further. High is the top of the tree.
Yeah, and
Highly
I think look over the years, over the last 20 years of doing these assessments through various iterations of Glivia from the Brown Book in 95 up to the current version, we've been forced to be more simple and have less categories. So if we were to have additional categories, that would be in conflict with the latest guidance. We can't do it any more finer grained than what it is at the moment. So, you know, we are where we are, that high category, whether or not this development lies within that high spectrum. It could lie sort of towards the lower end of the high spectrum, and a wind farm could be at the top end, you know.
Yeah.
It's
Or
unfortunately.
my garden community.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, it's the way that EIA and sort of legal challenge and the desire for consistency across topics has forced these judgments into quite basic categories.
But that's where professional judgment comes
Yes,
in, doesn't
yeah.
it? Because you've got your methodology, you might have your fairly basic 3 categories, but you use your professional judgment, you
Yeah.
take a step back and say, okay, well, actually, does that look right?
Yeah, totally. And I think it's when you come to that conclusion of what is the effect. So you look at the sensitivity, you look at the magnitude, is what the matrix telling you, does that make sense? You're quite correct. And my judgment is that there would be a significant effect on landscape character of the site. And I'm very surprised that Mr. Evans reaches a different conclusion.
Well, you may be, but we have numerous appeal decisions in front of us where inspectors have found similar development has not given rise to significant effects within those areas. You've read those, haven't you? You've read those appeal decisions.
No, I think that most appeal decisions, they might, for example, accept that there are significant effects on landscape character in a different landscape context, completely different set of situation, set of circumstances. I don't think it's particularly informative to look back at those decisions. It's something that goes into its. I just don't think it's the correct conclusion to say that there wouldn't be any significant landscape character effects as a result of the development.
But that's a matter of your judgment, and help me with this. Are you saying that really any development of this size on an undeveloped greenfield location would give rise to significant adverse effects within the red line? Is that your evidence?
No.
Or is it something different?
No, it's because of the specific characteristics of the site, like I described in chief yesterday. If there was a solar site, there was greenfield, there were maybe other built developments such as poultry units, it was near a main road, it was less tranquil. All of these other sort of baseline susceptibility characteristics of the landscape, if those were present, then I would probably judge that the susceptibility was medium. And in an undesignated landscape, that would result in a medium sensitivity. And with a medium magnitude change, that would result in a moderate effect, which may or may not be significant. So it is perfectly possible with my approach to come up with a conclusion on a different site where you could say the effects on landscape character wouldn't be significant.
Yeah. So going back to your susceptibility point and looking where we've got to, first of all, we're thinking about the ability of the site to accommodate the change without undue consequences for the baseline. We've looked at the methodology, and that is about, it's on page 4 of Appendix 2 of Mr. Evans's proof, that methodology criteria for assessing landscape susceptibility. One of the points that the inspector will have to have regard to, as I've said, is the nature of the existing elements, the components that may be harmed, whether they can be replaced, substituted. And it's got landscape elements like ancient woodland, mature trees, elements that you and Mr. Evans have both assessed within the table attached to the statement of common ground.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
And looking at those, we know of the landscape elements that have been assessed, and I don't suggest for a moment that those are exhaustive. But of that, we've got topography where there's a negligible adverse effect, trees where there's a moderate beneficial, hedgerow where there's a moderate beneficial, land cover where you say minor adverse effect. So we can be confident, can't we, that in respect of those elements that have been assessed, also public rights of way, forgive me, that those would be largely unaffected or at least not significantly affected as a result of this scheme.
Yeah, that's correct. And I think the criteria under susceptibility in Mr. Evans' proof, they set out the considerations. Not all of them are equally weighted. They are all relevant, but it does describe about landscapes where detracting features, major infrastructure or industry is not present, or where present has a limited influence on landscape character. So that's the description under the high susceptibility. So even under the high susceptibility, it's acknowledging that those features could be present and have a limited influence, whereas in this case, they aren't present at all. So I think it does support the analysis of susceptibility with reference to Mr. Evans' table.
Magnitude is next. There's nothing between you and Mr. Evans on magnitude.
Not at a site level.
No, and you both put it as moderate within the red line.
Yes.
And that's notwithstanding the extent of the development going across most of the site. Moderate recognises that this is a development that is relatively low-lying, and that there is going to be planting, that it will remain within the field boundaries. Those sorts of considerations are all relevant to magnitude, aren't they?
I think, yeah, they are relevant. I think with the mitigation points, it's from the physical addition of trees, regardless of whether they're particularly complementing landscape character or not, or reflecting patterns. The fact is that if you're planting trees, that's good. That's a beneficial thing.
Yeah. So a medium magnitude of effect, because I'm sure that we both dealt with development where the magnitude of effect would be higher within a red line, where the entire application boundary is filled with development. This is something different, and it's because of the nature of solar schemes and the mitigation that's proposed with it that allows you to attribute a medium magnitude or medium, essentially magnitude, to combine with the sensitivity that comes up with the overall effect.
I don't think it's to do with the mitigation. I think it's to do with the nature of the development itself, like you said about the low-lying nature. It is extensive, but the fact is that it is low-lying. I don't think the mitigation adds anything much in terms of significance.
LCA 6, that's the as we said, the southern and eastern part of the site. And again, you find a major adverse and significant effect for that area.
Yes.
And that starts with a high sensitivity, which is a difference between you and Mr. Evans.
That's correct.
And again, as for LCA 13 within the site, the effect you generate is the highest level of effect possible.
No. Well, it's as I said, it's what's available to us in the methodology. Yes.
Well, it's a major adverse effect. And going back to our point about, well, we've got our methodology and we look at it and we have to take a step back at the end and say, is this right for this development in this landscape? Your major adverse effect, that there is no worse effect than that in landscape character terms.
Yeah, and I think these I mean, Glivia identifies that it's not actually the words of the categories that are important. I'm adopting Mr. Evans' methodology terms for convenience, but ultimately it's whether the effect is significant or not, which is important. And I think it's significant, and Mr. Evans doesn't.
Well, it's whether it's significant, but it's where it is on the spectrum as well, isn't it? From essentially major to right down to negligible or no effect. And what you say is that a solar farm here, having regard to its characteristics and the ability of this landscape to accommodate it, gives rise to the worst possible effect on this landscape that one could get to.
Yeah, I think it is within the site. And I think with respect to character area 6A, those fields F10 and F12 are probably two of the most prominent fields where the solar panels would be seen indirectly, so have an indirect effect as well as a direct effect on character. So those parts of the site are where development is on the steepest land.
But back to our power station analogy or distribution sheds, whatever you want it to be, big developments.
Yeah.
So imagine big development fills the entire red line of this site. You'd get the same level of effect.
But you wouldn't have a development of that size. It's a hypothetical question.
But of course, it's a hypothetical question because it's there to test essentially the conclusions that you've arrived at in your methodology, which is that the development here, notwithstanding its low level nature, notwithstanding the fact that it's very different to other forms of industrial development that we might anticipate, arrives at that highest level of effect.
Yeah, but it arrives at that effect because it develops on areas of land that are rising, are highly visible at ranges, not just adjacent to the site, such as viewpoint 10 and the bridleway to the south, but further afield as well. So I don't, I consider it, both at a site level and within the immediate context of the site, that, looking at photomontage 10, to say that there wouldn't be a significant impact on landscape character would be very, very odd to reach that conclusion.
Well, I'm going to pull you up, Mr. Ferber, on conflating visual and landscape character matters, because we're looking at landscape character as a resource.
Yes, we are, but you perceive those effects from the bridleway, and this is where you see the pattern and you see the incongruous nature of the solar farm. So it is relevant to raise that point.
Well, I can ask Mr. Evans about that. There is a conflation there, and I'll bring that up later. Help me with this though. With respect to LCA 6, you say that while the character area generally has a medium sensitivity, within the appeal site you put it at high.
Yes.
And you say that at 3.41. And your reason for that is because you say it's relatively more tranquil than other parts of the character area.
That's one of the reasons. Also, the fact is that other man-made development is very limited on the site in that part of the character area.
Well, the inspector can see where that character area extends to, and may want to go and have a walk around and have a look at the character area generally. But there is nothing within the published character assessment that marks this site out as being a different or unusual example of character, is there?
No, there isn't, and I think that's where the distinction between value and susceptibility is important to make. As I mentioned in my evidence, there would be other areas perhaps within the wider LCA 6A that would be less susceptible to solar development, as we've seen with the consented and operational schemes that are located on relatively flat land or closer to settlements towards Brackley. So there are locations where there is already or going to be solar development that's in a different landscape context in terms of susceptibility to the appeal site.
Can we just turn up, please, briefly, core document 4.8. That's the landscape character assessment document.
Yes.
And you'll see on page 76 the assessment insofar as it relates to the undulating claylands of which character 6A forms a part.
Yes.
And do you see the heading local distinctiveness, landscape condition and landscape change?
Yes, I do.
And what it says there is that on the whole, the undulating claylands are a well-maintained and managed landscape of moderate scenic quality. Local variations in condition are apparent, however, and frequently depend on the extent to which hedgerows are managed. Across the landscape, type and number have become gappy and seen the introduction of post and wire fences. A number of trees have also become stag-headed. The introduction of water towers has created prominent vertical elements across the landscape, along with new infrastructure elements and associated facilities such as the M1, lighting and signage. At a county scale, the landscape is generally unremarkable, although occasional estate houses and associated parkland are of note, and the wooded horizon of the surrounding low wooded clay ridge are distinctive from the landscape type. Despite the open and expansive character from more elevated areas of land, the landscape overall has a relatively sheltered character due to undulating landform and intervening vegetation. So two things marked out there for special mention. The first is the occasional estate houses and associated parkland. Obviously, we're not there. We're not in that landscape type. Well, that's not a character that applies to the site.
That's correct.
Yeah, and neither is this a wooded horizon of the surrounding low wooded clay ridge, being distinctive from the landscape type.
Well, I think at a site level, there is a relationship to the adjoining landscape character areas, which you always get at the boundaries. But I agree that in terms of the low wooded clay ridge, that isn't relevant.
Yeah. In respect of LC 10, I'm not going to dwell on that because you and Mr. Evans agree that there will not be a significant impact on it.
That's right.
Yeah, so we can move on then to visual. And for this, can you take up the viewpoint location plan? That is Mr. Evans' Appendix 4. I think we all agree that that was probably the most comprehensive
Yes.
record of
Yes.
viewpoints. And like Mr. Richards, I'm not going to go through each one painstakingly. They're going to form part of the inspector's site visit. And the reason why we produce photos and indeed photo montages is to assist the understanding of the visual environment and to act as an aid memoir for the decision taker.
Yes, I think in terms of an aid memoir, it's important that the full site extent is shown on the photos. And ideally, if they're taken in winter as well, that's obviously beneficial.
Yeah. So just to touch on some points of effects, all major impacts are significant.
Yes.
That's the way you've approached it. And in some instances, you identify medium impacts and regard those as significant. In other instances, you have medium impacts which are not significant.
Yeah, moderate impacts, yes.
So that's the way you've exercised your judgment. The Pegasus methodology is different, and I can ask Mr. Evans about that. But I want to focus on the ones which you say are significant. And I'm going to be looking mainly at the 15-year effect, because that's once mitigation planting has taken place, if it has an effect, and I know that you take a view on that. But it's the effect of longest duration.
That's right.
Yeah. In some instances, viewpoint 22, for example, you accept that the effect does reduce at 15 years.
Yes.
And we've heard what you've got to say about mitigation elsewhere. But looking at the viewpoint plan and those viewpoints where you identify significant effects, as one might expect, the highest level of effect is within the site and on the site boundaries.
That's correct.
And while we've got a number of different viewpoints throughout the site, so that we can follow from essentially the northern boundary 21-3, L and 4, and then we go along to C, D, so on. While we've got a number of those different viewpoints, many of them are along the same route, so they represent a single particular receptor group.
I think, yeah, I mean, there are two main receptor groups, aren't there, through the site? It's the public footpath north-south, and then the bridleway east-west,
Yeah.
along the southern boundary.
Yeah, but what we've got is we've got viewpoints along those routes.
Yeah, because I think the view where there's a change in the sort of nature of the view, that there has been a viewpoint taken, yes.
Yeah. You identify some significant effects a little further away as well, but as soon as you move away from the site, so I have in mind here viewpoints 6, 17, 18, 2, 5, and G, for example, you're into there a moderate level of effect.
I think with point 2, sorry, I just want to refer to the statement of on ground. Yeah, 2, we do reduce to a moderate effect at year 15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as I said, moving away from the site, as soon as you do that and you're at 6, 17, 18, 5, G, 2, we have those moderate levels of effect. And I just want to try and draw out some points for that. Because what that tells us, first of all, is that the major adverse impacts are confined to the site and the immediate vicinity.
In terms of major, that's correct.
It tells us that the significant impacts are relatively localized.
I wouldn't agree with the term relatively localized. I mean, relatively localized as in the site, but we're talking about a route through the site and adjoining it where there would be significant effects for over a kilometre. So I wouldn't refer to that as being, localized effects. They do occur for quite a length of the rights of way network.
Through the site.
Yeah.
I suppose if I put it this way, I'm looking outside of the site now. When we start to move away from the site, and we experience those visual impacts, that's confined to a relatively localized area around the red line of the site.
In terms of major effects, that's correct. Yeah, in terms of moderate and significant effects, there are, I would say, a number of locations in all directions where those moderate and significant effects would be experienced.
Well, what you say moderate and significant, and there's a difference between you and Mr. Evans on that the inspector will have to frankly decide for himself whether or not he regards those particular impacts as significant. But moderate, for example, the furthest moderate and significant effects that you identify, I think we've got viewpoint 15.
That's right. Yeah.
Is the furthest away, and we're looking about a kilometre there.
That's right.
Yeah. So that's as far away as we get on your evidence, a significant impact.
Yeah, I think a kilometre is, I think for a lot of solar farms, certainly the ones I've been involved in, is quite rare to get significant effects at that distance, normally because they're on land where mitigation is effective and can restrict those views. So I think it's the nature of the land where you're in a valley and you've got this higher land in all directions to the north, south, east and west, where you get the view not only into the valley where the solar farm is, but also of the solar farms that are creeping up the valley sides as well.
Okay, well, that's the point that a point of difference I can put to you, to Mr. Evans when he gives his evidence in chief. Now, I just want to deal with one example, and I'm going to use this as an example to explore just a couple of the factors that will be relevant when the inspector goes to these viewpoints and thinks about the evidence he's heard. And it's viewpoint 19, if we can turn that up.
Yes.
In Mr. Evans' evidence.
In his evidence or in his?
Well, in his appendices.
That appendix, the table at appendix.
Well, it's the viewpoints in Mr. Evans's appendices.
Yeah, but the schedule, you mean, or the actual
The
View.
actual viewpoint
Right.
is what I'd like you to go to. And for those who have it in hard copy, I think it's worth taking out the viewpoint. Yes.
Right.
Well, it doesn't matter really.
No,
They are in his appendices. Yes. The updated photo montages. I think you went to the old photo montages yesterday that didn't incorporate the full mitigation planting.
no, I don't have that. Are we're just talking about the photograph from viewpoint 19, that must be the ES.
Well, the photo montages are also included.
But we don't have a photo montage from that.
We don't have a photo montage for 19, do we?
Not 19.
No. Yeah, it's just the visual for viewpoint 19 that I want to go to.
So I just don't have that. Are we talking about photo montage?
No, viewpoint 19. Thank you. Yes. Although I'd rather those who had it in hard copy were able to look at it in that way.
Yes.
Now, we are here, and Sarah, I think you have the full fold out as well. We are here at approximately 795 meters from the site, north.
Yes.
But I think that's essentially to the area of the substation. To the panels, it's about 1 kilometre. I make it.
That would be about right, yes.
And you have a high sensitivity here for the user, but it's a footpath user, so of course that's appropriate.
Yes,
And the magnitude of effect is low.
yes,
And it's low because although the viewpoint is orientated towards the site, which one would expect for the
Yeah.
purpose of the assessment, there is a wide view here that one would experience when on this footpath.
I think all of the views are, relatively wide. So I don't think there's anything particularly unusual about the width of the view. It's how much of the view does the development cover.
Yeah, and it's here a relatively small part of the view.
Yeah, which is why there's a low magnitude of change.
Yeah. And there is, of course, the existing reference for energy infrastructure in the midground. We see the high voltage overhead power lines and the pylons.
That you see through, yeah.
And those long range views, of course, that one can achieve from this location will be retained as part of if the development were to go ahead.
Well, that they will be in all directions. There's not a point that's unusual to this viewpoint.
Yeah, and again, we get that because of the low-lying nature of solar panels. It's not a development, this is not a development which is going to block any long-ranging, wide-ranging views.
No, I mean, it will be visible. I think it's just worth, with the annotation that Mr. Evans has identified, it's not just the field identified by the left-hand side of the arrow, but also the one above it. So you'd see the solar farm extending up the hill above that tree line.
Yeah, in a relatively narrow proportion of what is a wide and panoramic view.
Yeah, hence the low magnitude of
Yeah.
change, yeah.
So just to understand this, we have here the high sensitivity, perfectly uncontroversial, low magnitude. The inspector will go and have a look at that and probably agree. But what you come up with as a combination of those two things is a significant effect.
Yes, I do.
And so, again, inspectors there to make a judgment on whether or not that is significant. But those sorts of considerations, what one can see and experience now, and what one can see and experience if the development were to go ahead, that's of course very important to the understanding and conclusion about whether or not that's a significant impact.
Yeah, I think, the judgment may have been different if it wasn't extending up the valley sides. So if it was just looking at the solar farm in the foreground, and then that was partly mitigated by tree or hedgerow planting on the flatter land, I think it would be unlikely that I would be concluding that would be significant.
So as I said, I'm not going to go through each of the photographs. Those are just some considerations to have regard to when on site. Finally, if I can ask this, we've got, or you've addressed visual amenity of local residents in your proof of evidence. And it's agreed within the statement of common ground that there is no issue taken by the council on residential visual amenity. So we agree that's not a harmful impact to weigh in the planning balance. Agreed?
Yeah, I think just for clarification, for the benefit of people in the room, it says, it's agreed in my evidence that in terms of living conditions, the development isn't going to be so close or overly dominant to result in an impact on living conditions. And I think it goes back to the well-established planning principle that nobody has a right to a view, which again is sometimes difficult for residents to understand. Well, how can there be a significant effect for my house? And that's the fact is that private view isn't protected. So yes, we are in agreement in that instance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ferber. Those are my questions.
Ms. Osmond-Smith, thank you very much. Give me a second to tidy up. Mr. Ferber, I'm going to kick off with a question that kind of came from some of the local residents' concerns, and I'm just interested in your position about the nature of the substation and how you viewed that in your assessments. And it can be just a very general sort of open response from you, just so I understand how you've done it in your assessment. But the argument, obviously, that I've heard from residents is that it hasn't been properly considered throughout the process. What's your view on that?
I think I have some sympathy with that, with those concerns. I mean, I've assessed it as I've seen it submitted on the plans, which is that there would be a new pylon that would need to be constructed. I think, and obviously it would be for the appellant to clarify that may not have been clear in the supporting environmental statement that was the case, possibly because of the revisions to the scheme from the previous scheme, where it may have, the substation was in a different location, so it had been moved. And I think that maybe there wasn't an update to the descriptive text to clarify that there would be an additional pylon. But I'm not certain of that. That's for the appellant to confirm.
Right.
But in terms of my assessment, my judgments are that that the mitigation planting isn't wouldn't be sufficient to mitigate effects from the public right of way, and that my assessment of moderate effects from the edge of Greatworth, are caveated clearly on the continued screening function of the woodland.
Yeah.
That obviously the Rule 6 party have concerns over. I'm not an arboriculturalist. I haven't reviewed that woodland. I don't know if there's any ash dieback. The EIA is 3 years out of date, and ash dieback moves quickly. So it's more than possible that there's some impact on that screening.
Okay. Yeah, well, we obviously had questions
Thank you.
on those. It was just about how you'd viewed what the local residents were putting to me was that it, the actual nature of the site hadn't been considered. It's just a very minor point. You do refer to the green infrastructure corridor in your proof as being valued, and I'm just checking that wasn't a word that I could take as meaning anything in terms of the frameworks.
No, not at all.
The valued landscape. That's very simple. Thank you. There was many suggestions in not just what I heard yesterday from local residents, but from the letters that have been written in about the cumulative impacts with the HS2, how shall I put it, HS2 development and construction work that's going on.
Yeah.
I think you felt that there was potential intervisibility from viewpoint 7 between the two, but did you draw any conclusions in terms of cumulative landscape harm to the area generally?
I think the way that I approached it is, but obviously looked at the council's, the planning officer's outline assessment. I did review the appellant's assessment as well, which did identify a number of moderate adverse cumulative effects from visual receptors. I don't think it was just confined to viewpoint 7. But I looked at it from a point of view of where the significant effects would likely occur from HS2, where the significant effects would occur from the consented solar farms, and where they would extend from the appeal proposal. And I think there's sufficient, in my professional judgment, that there's sufficient separation for that not to be deemed to be significant. That's not to say there aren't cumulative effects. It's just that I think in putting forward an argument, what we're focusing on in this appeal is whether things are significant or not, and that's why I've not dealt with it in any more detail than that.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. We had a number of questions on the green infrastructure corridor, what its purpose was, so I'll leave that one. Is it fair to say that your view of solar farms is one of a industrial development? I've heard lots of views because I've done a few of these across the country. I've heard views from people who say that at distance they look like water, close up they look like some say highly industrial development. What's your sort of general view on solar farms? The feeling I got from hearing your answers was that you view them as an industrial operation, but I'm interested.
Well, it's an industrial energy generation facility, for want of a sort of a better term. I think what I was being asked to suggest was to try to compare it with a permanent sort of industrial power station or something that had larger built structures on it. I think what I deferred to is I deferred to the environmental statement in chapter 2, where the appellant sets out where the potential effects of solar, what potential effects solar farms could have on the landscape, and in that sort of summary, Mr. Evans or his predecessor who wrote the LVIA does refer to the industrial nature of the proposals. So I'm not using any language that's different from the appellant.
Okay, the other point that came through in your proof, but I haven't necessarily, I think, fully understood what you think the implication is the issue of the tracking element of these panels. Lots that I see are fixed.
Yeah,
In this case, they go 15 to 25 degrees responding.
Yeah, I think as I said in chief or in evidence, I can't remember which, but that it was unlikely that you would perceive that movement if you were walking through the site. It's going to be fairly slow. It's going to track the sun, so
Yes.
it would move. But I think it was that variability of the fact that they're moving, and that will change the views, because as we've seen from some of the photo montages, the separation between the panels is variable. If they're flat, they're going to look like the land's more covered by panels. If they're more upright, there's going to be space in between. So it will affect that perception over the course of the day. So it's probably not going to be noticed unless you're a local person that's frequenting those rights of way, but you're certainly going to be aware of the fact that there is a change in the appearance of the development.
Yeah, okay, well, that was the bit I didn't quite understand.
Yeah.
I did understand that you accepted that as you're walking past it, they're not doing anything dramatic that you would experience. But you did say there would be a change, and I'm just wondering if you think that change is further detrimental than a fixed.
Well, I think it is further detrimental for the reasons I said.
Well, because sometimes you'd see them upright and sometimes you'd see them less upright.
Yeah, but I think it's how that if you were very familiar with the landscape and you were walking along those rights of way, you would perceive that, you know, if you were focusing on a particular view and you're walking on there, you would notice that difference.
Okay. Mr. Richards, do you have any re-exam for Mr. Poe?
Sorry, yes, sir. Well, we've got it open, Mr. Fair, but you were just, I think, reminding yourselves of references in the ES at chapter 2.
Yes.
Where the appellants had made reference to the industrial character of large-scale solar PV. Can you just give the inspector the paragraph number for his note?
So yes, I was trying to find that.
I think it was paragraph 2.5.2, but I may have been wrong. ES chapter 2. I've just done a quick word search for the ES, the joys of working in electronic form.
Yes, sorry, it was 2.5.2. So it under bullet point 3, in relation to examples of potential landscape effects arising from solar PV developments. So this is a generic impact, and it talks about the perceived industrial character of large-scale solar PV developments that could detract from the intrinsically rural character, etc.
Okay.
And obviously the other bullet point, which is of relevance, and I've made reference to, is that the edges of the developments may be conspicuous in more irregular landscapes, particularly where they don't follow contours or where field boundaries are irregular in form.
Fine. Okay, let's go back to yesterday for the next question. And you recall that you were being asked some questions about noise and whether there were any noise issues.
Yes.
And whether the council had any noise concerns to weigh in the planning balance. Can you please look in the report to committee, which is at Thank you, 7.26.
CD 7.26. Yep.
And in that, go to you need to open the report rather than the plan.
Yes.
And in that, go to paragraph 8.104, which is on PDF page 26.
Yes.
And paragraph 8.104, referring to the noise assessment in the ES.
Yes.
And recording at the end of that paragraph, officers have no reason to disagree with this conclusion in the absence of any objection from environmental health.
Yeah.
But then 105.
Yes. There is a reference to the impact on elevated noise levels for users the rights of way through the site.
And what does the last sentence of that paragraph invite the planning decision taker to do?
Well, they first of all, they say that because they're passing through the site, it's more about what their health, the impact on their health is in terms of noise. But it does refer in conclusion in that paragraph that there's a risk to the wider tranquility of the area, which should be weighed as harm in the planning balance. Right.
Good. Then again, a question from yesterday, and taking up the landscape statement of common ground. You looked at the landscape character elements first.
Yes.
And it was noted that whereas for trees in year 15, Mr. Evans contended for a major beneficial and significant effect.
Yes.
You had adopted a moderate beneficial effect.
That's correct.
And one which was not, in your judgment, significant.
Correct.
Can you just look at Mr. Evans's appendix 2, that's to say his methodology. And to table 12, where we will find the table that is relevant to effects.
Page 12.
Table 12.
Sorry, table 12. Yes, I have that now.
Now, as I understand your approach to methodology and describing magnitudes or effects or susceptibilities, what you've tried to do is to adopt the language used by Mr. Evans in his methodology as a general starting point.
I have, yes.
So that we're not at one of those inquiries where when one expert says something is moderate, one expert is talking French and another expert is talking German. Yeah. Okay. And in table 12 is where we find under the heading, the typical descriptors of landscape effects are detailed within table 12.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about a major beneficial.
Yes.
Or moderate beneficial, aren't we?
Yes.
So far as trees are concerned. Can you just explain to the inspector why it is that you say the effect on trees in year 15 falls better within the moderate beneficial rather than the major beneficial?
Yeah, I think if you look at table 12, in terms of character, are they enhancing the character of the landscape? But there's, if you look at the plan of where the trees are, they're in, a screen belt on the western boundary. And for part of the southern boundary. Those are the two primary areas. Obviously, you've got the small orchard as well and some hedgerow trees. So I think it's fair to say that there would be some enhancement of them as features in the landscape. In terms of restoration of characteristic features, well, we're not restoring anything that was previously lost, so that isn't relevant. Enable a sense of place to be restored, well, not really. So I think the moderate beneficial is the highest it could possibly be. It certainly doesn't fall into the major beneficial category, which is restoring characteristic features lost from inappropriate management or development, and then enable a sense of place to be enhanced in the context of the solar farm. I don't think that would be accurate.
Okay. And then moving on to questions today, again with regard to landscape in Appendix 1 of the Statement of Common Ground, you were asked some questions about your assessment of LCT 13 within the detailed study area. So
yes,
that's the bottom row on page,
yes,
second page of Appendix 1. And I think you explained to us that your study area was within 2 kilometers or so.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep. And then you were asked questions as to the susceptibility of the site to accommodate the change proposed. And again, it was suggested to you that you should step back and ask, does it look right, your conclusions? Can you just look at table 3, which is the form of words that attaches to susceptibility, and just explain to the inspector why you've placed it where you have.
So I think there's a number of criteria within each of the categories that sort of repeats itself between the high, medium and low. And I think we obviously just need to be concerned with the high and medium categories, which myself and Mr. Evans adopt. In terms of scale of enclosure, that's looking at the interactions of topography, vegetation and built form. I think what we've established through the montage is that notable areas of the appeal site are susceptible in terms of their ability to accommodate new built development because of the absence of built development in the surrounding area. The nature of land use under the high category, landscapes with no or little existing reference to the type of development being proposed. That would definitely be a high susceptibility because the medium category refers to the nature of land use of landscapes with some existing reference or context to the type of development being proposed. I think we've covered elements with in my cross-examination that whether or not components could be easily replaced or substituted, and we need to make sure that we're looking at the existing elements regardless of whether they're being removed or not, because it's about the susceptibility. So I would argue that a curvy linear hedgerow and mature trees wouldn't be easily replaced, regardless of whether or not the scheme does actually impact them.
Okay, and lastly then, please, you were asked some questions about the view from viewpoint 19.
Yes.
And reference, we all looked at the photographs in Mr. Evans's appendices, PDF page 50. and you told us that your judgment was moderate and significant, and you made reference to the judgment may have been different if the development had not extended up the valley sides.
Yes.
Just so that the inspector can be assisted further, would you be able to assist him with the field numbers that
Yes.
you're referring to in particular that would appear to extend the development up the valley sides when viewed from viewpoint 19?
Yeah, so we're looking primarily at F10 and to a lesser extent F12.
Good, thank you very much. So that's all I have.
Mr. Richards, thank you very much. Ladies and gents, I'm sorry, I've pushed us over quite a lot of time for a break. There was reasoning behind that. I did want to complete the landscape evidence so that we could then pick up on our next witnesses, but we will take a short break. Mr. Ferber, thank you very much for your time today. You may stand down. Ms. Osman-Smith, there's still this question about the LCT detail, you know, the stuff that was missing from the core documents. So your team perhaps can let me know after the break what we might do about that, or perhaps you're already there.
Yes, no, we've got copies. I mean, it was the council that put the document in, but for some reason haven't uploaded it to the system, so we can provide it to them, and that can be done, and a copy ensured it that way. I do need to correct a misapprehension, and I'm sorry I didn't pick it up yesterday in respect of the fixed and tracking issue.
Right.
These panels are fixed.
That's
the
well,
proposal.
I found that interesting because I hadn't picked up this. Gosh, we're going to. I tell you what, let's take the break because I think everyone probably needs it. We'll come back and deal with that before we then come on to picking up the thing. My clock says it's 12 minutes to 12. If we can come back at 12:05 and we can sort some of these things out, but I wanted to pick up that tracking point because it was worrying me the way I've read the evidence, I have to say. Back at 12:05, by my watch, which none of you have, but it currently reads 12 minutes to. It's just these clocks have gone, they've even gone further advanced than others. So I'm not quite sure how we're doing that, but 12:05, please. Thank you.
Welcome back to the land of the living. Right. We've got that. Yeah, we've got the. We've got the first one. Right, I'm going to nip to the loo.
Ladies and gents, welcome back. The issue of tracking, I'll tell you why I was, my first question was going to be to Mr. Ferber, are you sure that these panels are tracking? But because of an answer that the question you'd given and an answer he'd given, I assume they were. Now, the reason I assume they were was that despite not finding any reference to it in the DAS or in the planning statement, when you look at the typical panel drawings, it shows them canting from 15 to 25 degrees. So where are we, Ms. Osmond-Smith?
So, sir, the DAS at 316 makes clear that they're fixed.
Yeah.
So that's core document 7.4, 316. And the 15 to 25% is an indication of pitch. So it's that.
So
It's a
depending
parameter
on
rather
how
than-
they might be aligned, they would be fixed at some point between 50 and 25. Okay.
That's right.
So, okay, so this is where the confusion is coming in.
Degrees. Sorry. Not
Yes.
percent.
Not percent. I think the simplest thing to do is just to a clear statement. These are fixed panels. They will be fixed. I think most are at about 15 degrees around here, but somewhere between 15 and 25 degrees.
Yes.
That obviously affects the overall height at what position they're fixed. And obviously I have some parameters of height.
You have a maximum 3 meter.
Yeah.
Height parameter, yes.
And even at, I've got to get this right, around 25 degrees, they would still fall within that 3 meter parameter.
Yes.
Thank you, that's helpful. I thought I was going mad for a little while, and then I decided that because it hadn't been picked up on that Mr. Ferber was referring to this movement happening, that must be the case. Very helpful to have clarity on that. Thank you. I'll leave the LCT documentation. The way I look at it, when I look at that, the core document, it says that those descriptors are provided separately, and as you suggested, you had them separately. I guess the logical thing is just to get the 3 relevant landscape character types provided.
Well, I've got hard copies,
Yeah.
but if you're using it electronically, then I think we're
yeah.
trying to have those
I
uploaded.
just think get them uploaded.
We are
and-
trying, as what I'm being told, we're trying to upload them now.
Right, good.
Okay. Thank you. Very good. We've got through the council's first witness on landscape. According to the programme, we're going to hand over now to Ms. Curtis and Clagg's first witnesses. Are you ready? And we are okay to move forward with that?
Yes, we're okay to move forward. If-
That's excellent. You indicated it was likely to be Mrs. Ward first. Is that right?
Yes, that's
Just to
correct.
assist, and then Mrs. Graffiti-Smith, Mr. Foote, and then Mr. Ward. That
Yes.
still stands?
Yes, that's
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed for that. The floor is yours.
just before that, do we have physical core documents then that
Well, we've got we've got a library here of core documents, which I think I can see sitting there. But
okay,
because do you not have your computer driver?
we do. I mean, I'm probably not going to take the witnesses to many core documents anyway, but because I think they have printed their proofs and things like that, but
Right.
it was more if my learned friend.
If in cross it, yeah. If we need to find documents, I'm sure one of your team can dive into the library and dig them out. I'm hoping they're not full of annotations. We'll make that work.
Thanks. Thank you, Mrs. Ward. So you outline at the beginning of your statement that your name is Veronica Ward, and you explain that you've lived in Halse since 1981, or sorry, Greatworth since 1981. So that's over 40 years. In that time, what has your experience been of the character of the area?
Good afternoon. The character of the area is that you can get completely lost in rural farmland, which is both arable and grazes stock. It's low hills, small copses, and I actually lived in Africa and I know big skies, and this area, if you are on the higher ground, has big skies and big views.
And sorry, I forgot to say, and before going forwards, just to confirm, you don't have any formal landscape or planning training.
No, I have none.
So you're giving evidence in your capacity as someone with local knowledge of the site and its surroundings, not professional landscape evidence.
Exactly.
And I know in your proof that you have a particular experience of walking on the public rights of way network. You say at paragraph 3 of your proof that you have walked and ridden almost daily in the site. By that, do you mean the appeal site?
Yes, the appeal site and obviously a lot of the surrounding countryside.
So would that be the other public rights of way around Greatworth and Halse?
Yes.
And in your proof at paragraph 6, you list a number of public rights of way from which you say the appeal site will be visible. And you've included a map of these in the photographs that accompany your proof on the first page of those photographs, which I think is CD 9.14D, the photographs. Just running, and the names of the footpaths are not on that photograph, but they are visible at CD 7.5, figure 2.3, if anyone would like to look at them. Do you have experience with walking along all of those footpaths?
After 40 years in the area, yes. I can't say I walk them all now. It's a very big area, but I have certainly walked these footpaths.
And in your proof at paragraph 6, you mentioned footpath AN11. That's the footpath that runs through the site, isn't it?
Yes.
And what is your experience like currently walking down footpath AN11?
As you walk AN11, going south from Halse Road, if you look east, you're looking east and north, in fact. You look up onto hillsides, so there's a very wide view of hills rising up towards Halse. And when you pass across the railway line and walk south of the railway line, you enter a very, very big field. And if you look west, you're looking up towards Cockley, which is again a lovely view of a hillside. The actual view south is that you're in a very, very big field. And you're then aware that you're really in the bottom of a bowl, which is completely unspoilt, just rural and quiet, and somewhere where you can enjoy the countryside to the maximum effect.
And what, from what you have read and understand about the development, would be the impact of the proposals on that experience?
As you leave Halse Road and walk south, after some considerable time, because a hedgerow does not grow overnight, when you first walk, for many years, you're walking between panels and security fencing and CCTV. When the hedges have grown up to the point where they hope that they will hide the panels, you'll be walking through a tunnel. So as I've just described, the view east is wonderful and north, but when you're in the tunnel, you won't see that view. As you cross the railway line, as I said, you're entering an enormous field. Now, until the hedgerow that is going to be planted to the west of AN11 in this enormous field, you will be in a huge sea of glass, totally different to what you see now, which is this either plough or when the crops are growing, arable. The other thing that will severely affect what is a completely unspoilt, beautiful footpath is that there are going to be 4 battery storage units and 2 inverters close to the footpath. So the nature of that walk has to change completely, and woods have been discussed at length. As you walk this AN11, the railway dissects it, I agree, but particularly as you pass through the railway and keep walking south, there are no woods at all to help hide the panels from people enjoying that footpath.
Thank you. And next in your proof, you mention footpath AN23, bridleway AN23, which runs along the southern boundary of the site. Could you again describe the current experience walking that bridleway and what you consider the impact will be of the proposed development?
I ride, I've always ridden. So AN23 for me is a riding opportunity. As you leave Halse and ride south, you enter Dawson's, a field that's been discussed a lot already at this appeal.
Sorry, just to interrupt you, but do you have a copy of the revision O? Yes, landscape. And could you just point out which field you're referring to when you're referring to Dawson's?
I'm talking, it's difficult because this plan has a box in the bottom corner which slightly hides the bridleway that you're coming down. But if you look at the bottom right-hand corner of the plan, you'll see a dotted orange line, which is the bridleway. Just as that dotted line goes into the plan, you're entering Dawson's, the Ridge and Furrow field. As you're riding south, there is an enormous view right across to Cockley and all along that hillside. From this point, when this solar installation is put up, half of Dawson's, certainly part of F13, F5, and F3 will just be a sea of glass. At the moment, it's unspoiled rural countryside, so the change will be enormous.
And you then in your proof, you discuss footpath AM16. Where is that footpath and what do you think the impact of the proposals would be on it?
This footpath is in the parish of Farthinghoe, and it runs between the newly converted barn owned by the Jarvises to Cockley Hill Farm owned by the Foots. If you're walking from south to north on this footpath and look to your right, you look straight into the appeal site. So what is, again, an absolutely wonderful view, I'm looking at it now from the opposite way around to Dawson's, because of the topography, you will look straight down into the bowl, which will be full of solar panels in most of the fields that you're looking at.
And similarly for 85 and 86, which footpaths are these and what do you think the impact will be?
85 and 86 are in the parish of Marston St. Lawrence. Extraordinarily, they are west of Greatworth, but because, as has been explained, Butterfields, which is F10, is on rising ground. And when you're on 85 and 86, you're on top of the world. It's almost a 360-degree view. But if you do look to the east, you will see the panels on Butterfields.
And you mentioned the topography of the site. I think you've explained it, but could you explain where the appeal site sits in the topography of the surrounding landscape?
The site is a bowl. If you're in the bottom of the bowl, obviously you see the hillsides rising up all around you. If you're on the rim of the bowl, when you're looking towards the site, you have an elevated view and can see down into it. Therefore, it's obvious that you will see a large proportion of these panels from some of the areas around the rim of that bowl. At the moment, anybody walking the footpaths around the rim of that bowl will just enjoy the most amazing experience of English countryside, unspoilt.
And what effect do you think this will have on how visible the appeal site will be?
Sorry,
What effect do you think this will have on how visible the appeal site will be?
I just think people, this is a landscape. It's not a special landscape area, but when you're talking like I am from 40 years of living there, it becomes a very special landscape area. You know it intimately. And a lot of other people who live in the 3 villages around this site will feel the same as me. So to have it completely changed by an industrial development is obviously going to have a disastrous effect on their enjoyment of this whole area. And people come from Brackley and Banbury to walk because there are public rights of way. You can walk this area and enjoy it. And I think we all feel that this lovely experience will be lost for 40 years.
Thank you. And you also mentioned the substation in your evidence at paragraph 8. How visible from your experience is the area on which the substation is set to be located from the surrounding area and public rights of way?
If you're on the Halse Road looking north, you have a wonderful view, not necessarily if you're driving, but if you're a passenger. If you're looking in that direction, the little Park Spinney appears on a low hill. If you're walking AN11 from Halse Road north, the view of Park Spinney is beautiful, and it is a hillside that runs westward, forming part of the setting of the Greatworth Conservation Area. This substation is totally alien to what we look at the moment. And although the pylons are used as a potential blot on the landscape, the span between the pylons is very, very long. And you are able to enjoy the landscape, particularly if you are almost underneath the lines, without an intrusion, without an obvious intrusion of them at all. The new pylon, with its 2 masts each side joining onto the cables, will make a completely different view from AN11 and Halse Road, because instead of occasional pylons with a wide span of wires in between, there's suddenly going to be another pylon with 2 masts right in front of Park Spinney, plus whatever the substation it will look like, we haven't been told, which will completely change that view forever. It is not going after 40 years. So I feel it devastates that hillside. And if you talk about a setting for a conservation area, as you walk up AN11 from Halse Road, you are looking at the setting of the Greatworth Conservation Area. It will not be the same ever again.
Thank you, Mrs. Ward, and we'll return to heritage matters at the roundtable in more detail, obviously. Moving on to the potential, what you see as the cumulative impacts of HS2 and other solar farms. You mentioned at paragraph 6 of your proof the impact that HS2 has had on the local public rights of way network to the north of Greatworth. Could you explain what that impact has been?
Yes. There are 8 places north of Greatworth where public rights of way are cut off by HS2. People obviously walk north from Greatworth because although the B4525 is a busy road, you could cross it, and the landscape beyond it is equally lovely. It's slightly flatter, but it's a very enjoyable landscape to walk in. We can't walk north at the moment on the public rights of way. There may be some connections eventually when HS2, if ever, is complete. So it's had a massive impact on not only wanting to walk, but if you drive north from Greatworth, which I frequently do, you don't know where you are. It's a totally alien landscape. It will eventually, hopefully, be completed and landscaped. But that doesn't detract from the fact that there will be a high-speed train very close to Greatworth forever, with high gantries, and just above the village, the train pops into a portal and then into a green tunnel, and none of us know what noise is going to be made as the train rushes in and out of this portal right above the village. So it may give you some idea. And just as an example, I used to gallop my horses in a field north of Greatworth. That field now has a concrete plant, a huge compound, and the workings for HS2, which are extraordinarily wide, and there are no trees, hedges, nothing left at all. So when you ask about the impact of HS2 on Greatworth Parish, it is enormous.
And how close is the HS2 construction to the appeal site?
About 1.5 kilometres. And I'd quite like to add that in a rebuttal, I was told that if you looked south from a particular point on a public right of way, you could see the site. If you then turned around and looked north, you could see some workings of HS2. My evidence didn't begin to say that you could see the site and HS2 in one line of vision. I was trying to explain the overall effect of one huge and 2 very large infrastructure projects on one small rural parish. I know Mr. Evans says that Greatworth 2 ends up in a cutting, but as I've just said, we have a high-speed railway with gantries and a lot of noise right above the village. It was said in the House of Commons that Greatworth was one of the worst affected villages in this country by HS2.
And what's your view on what the impact of the appeal scheme will be cumulatively with the HS2 works? Or you've already covered that a bit, but did you have anything else to add?
only really that because we can't walk north, obviously, whatever happens south of the village, it's southeast, is much more valuable because that's where we have to go now. So being able to enjoy the bowl where this site is going to be is so important for the people who live locally.
And in your proof at paragraph 6, you also mentioned the Drovers Lane solar farm. What do you say the impact of that solar farm in conjunction with this would be?
The Drovers Lane solar farm is in two large lumps. One, they're both north of HS2. One of them is a field or two north of Greatworth Hall. The other one is slightly closer to the east, very close to HS2 itself. They actually have 4 different footpaths that will crisscross them, 2 in one of the areas and 2 in the other. So it is just the thought that Drovers Lane plus Copse Lodge will leave the Greatworth parish with an extraordinary amount of solar panels for one small rural parish.
And you mentioned the appellant's landscape rebuttal. Did you have anything more to add on that, or was that covered in your response on the viewpoints and the visual impacts?
Would you mean that includes more of what I said in my evidence, or?
Sorry, it's just you mentioned the appellant's landscape rebuttal and what the appellant has said about the cumulative impact of the proposals in that rebuttal. Did you have anything else you wanted to add, and have those responses addressed your concerns about the cumulative impacts of the scheme?
The actual impact, no, but the mitigation I talked about as well.
And we are strictly dealing with landscape, but you are giving your evidence now, and you've mentioned paragraph 7 of your proof, the proposed community area. Where is that area proposed to be located? Just to clarify on revision O.
The community area is directly off the Halse Road. If you are on AN11, the community area will be right exactly to your right, just off the Halse Road.
And how close will it be to the solar panels and the fencing?
As far as I can tell from the plan, as I said in my proof, that it was a small area, considering it's having an orchard, a picnic area, an outdoor classroom, information boards. So it'll be a few paces away from a fence and the panels.
And in your view, how attractive will it be for local people to use that area?
That area will be surrounded by high hedges to the south and to the west, a builder's yard and a road, and some acoustic panels to the north, and then panels, solar panels and fencing and CCTV to the east. So I should think it's the last place in the world that anybody would want to go and have a picnic.
And how far is it to walk? Because there's not car parking access. How far would it be to walk from local villages to the community area?
For a reasonably fit adult, I'm not quite sure of the distance, but it's a good walk. If you're carrying a picnic, because we've been told that the only people going to the picnic area would walk there from Greatworth and Halse. They wouldn't go by car. So if you're carrying a picnic from Greatworth or Halse, you've got to be very strong. If you've got a picnic and children, you wouldn't even try it. There's an outdoor classroom. I don't know how you're going to get the children there unless by a car or a bus. It's a long way for a child to walk. So to be told that it's easy walking access from Greatworth and Halse and that it will not be approached by vehicles, we find rather difficult to agree with.
Thank you, Mrs. Ward. And is there anything else that you would like to add for the inspector?
The appellant's rebuttal talks about the cumulative impacts. I think if I'm asked whether their mitigation and their rebuttal of the cumulative impacts, do I agree with them? Not at all. The mitigation, which is along the green corridor, as I've talked about in my proof, and the picnic area are absolutely no recompense for what is going to happen to this area.
Thank you, Mrs. Ward. If you want to stay there, the appellant's advocate might have some questions for you.
Ms. Curtis, thank you very much. Ms. Osmond-Smith, do you have any questions for Mrs. Ward?
Thank you. Just a couple, if I may. And hello, Mrs. Ward. As I said yesterday, you'll have noted you have strong opinions about the landscape, and I'm not going to question you on your opinions. But there's just a few matters about the picnic and orchard area. And your understanding of how attractive that area might be for people going there, but wanting to picnic there or educational visits, proceeds on the basis that people would not actively choose to walk through or visit a solar farm.
Say that again.
Let me put it more straightforwardly. Your view.
They don't walk through the solar farm to get to the picnic area.
No, but your view is that people wouldn't want to go and walk, picnic near to a solar farm.
I said that I thought it was a very long way to carry a picnic to that area. And certainly once you're there, to sit and look at a mass of panels, the underside of panels actually, because they won't be facing you, instead of the area at the moment. If you're in that picnic area at the moment, you have a glorious view up to Halse and north up the hill. So to have 3-meter high panels bang in your view, I don't think would be very enjoyable.
Well, and that's fine. You're entitled to your view, but the point of this area is to provide somewhere for people who want to take a picnic, perhaps in a backpack, because as you've told us, these footpaths are well used by local people, and to provide an educational facility for people wanting to understand more about renewable energy and solar development in particular.
I think it's an outdoor classroom, which I would regard as for children, or would that be adults as well? I don't know. I always presumed it would be children. And for children to get to that classroom, because we've been told that area won't be accessed by vehicles, it's a long way to walk.
I just want to put a single decision to you, and that's going to be brought over to you now. It's core document 6.11. So 6.11. And you'll see from the first page that this was a proposal for a solar farm in Stratford-on-Avon, Warwickshire. And if you turn within that, please, to paragraph 16, you'll see a little bit about what the inspector here had to say about visual impact.
Sorry, where is paragraph 16?
So within the document that's just been handed to you,
Do I go right through?
no, so same document that was just given to you, Ms. Fort will help you.
I haven't read this before. So could you explain to me what's in it?
Yes, this is an appeal decision. Have you seen an appeal decision before?
Yes.
You have. So this is an appeal decision on a proposal for a solar scheme in Warwickshire. And you'll see from the first page of the decision letter that the decision date is the 1st of December of last year following a hearing. And this is the inspector's conclusions on the proposal that was put before him there. And there's a reason why I go to paragraph 16, and I'll read it out. And if you feel unable to answer the question, then please just say so. But I'll ask it first, if I may. So paragraph 16, the inspector says this, that turning to the visual impact, it is clear that the most noticeable parts of the development would be on the edges of the site. Any recreational walkers or horse riders who have an agreed high sensitivity to adverse impacts would see the panels from locations adjacent to local roads and the public rights of way to the south and east. The visual impact here would be high and likely to be adverse, but I disagree with the council's suggestion that the response of users of lanes and footpaths would inevitably be, what a shame. There are many who would no doubt welcome the presence of measures designed to deliver green energy. However, I do not seek to find that there would be visual benefits to the landscape or its enjoyment here, as the panels and associated inverters, fencing and other infrastructure would not be typical of a rural landscape. They would introduce regular and regimented structures which would be assimilated to a degree by landscaping proposals, but the visual impact would not be wholly mitigated. In my judgment, it would be a moderate adverse impact, reducing over time to a moderate to minor impact. The point that I want to draw out from that, Mrs. Ward, is that although you take the view that solar panels in this landscape that you use and walk and spend time in would be adverse, not everyone is going to have the same reaction to solar panels as you.
I have no idea. How can I judge somebody else's opinion?
Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Ms. Osmond-Smith. Mrs. Ward, I think I'm going to hear lots of evidence from a number of witnesses with you, so I'm not going to dive into lots of questions at all with you. Don't worry. I'm just interested in the Drovers Lane scheme because it's come up a few times, and I haven't managed to go back and see its full history, as you can imagine. Was it generally more, the impression I got was it's more supported by the village than this one would be.
There was no objection at all
Yeah.
from the village.
Although there are footpaths running through it.
Yes.
Just give me a flavour of why there was no objection to footpaths running through that one, why there's objections to the footpaths running through this one.
I think, if I'm very honest, I think the no objection was because the location of Drovers Lane doesn't affect people living nearby and doesn't have at all the same effect because of the topography. Copse Lodge is in a bowl, and I think people felt that it wasn't nearly as intrusive as Copse Lodge. I agree that I've made much of the effect on the footpaths, but we're terribly aware, as I think has been said already in the interested parties, that green energy from solar is important in the present climate. So if the village needed to show willing, if I can put it that way, Drovers Lane was far less harmful to the parish than Copse Lodge.
Thank you. That's helpful. Ms. Curtis, did you have any re-examination points you wish to pick up with Mrs. Ward?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you very much. Mrs. Ward, thank you very much for your time. You may stand down. Ms. Curtis, you're next. How are we doing for time? Yes. I think we can probably take your next witness because you were giving me approximately 15 minutes each time.
Yes, so that's Mrs. Rafferty-Smith. Thank you, Mrs. Crafty-Smith. So just introductory matters. As with Mrs. Ward, you're not a landscape or planning professional and not giving any evidence in that capacity.
No, I'm not.
But it's correct that you have lived in Halse since 2008, so around 15 years.
Yeah, that's correct.
And your home is to the northeast of the appeal site, is that correct?
That is, yeah.
What's the name of your home where you live?
Halse Copse Farm.
And footpath AN 17 runs through your front yard, doesn't it?
That's right. In front of the farmhouse.
And you have a business which you say you'll be affected by the proposed development. Could you explain a bit about that business?
Yes, I can. I would describe my business as a niche business. We're one of very few in the UK. And what we do is we look after musicians and other creators. And they come and stay at Halse Copse Farm in a converted barn for a long time, sometimes up to 7 months at a stretch, or possibly a shorter time, 3 or 4 days. They tend to be people from the music industry. We attract clients nationwide and from Europe and from America. There's probably one other business like us in the UK. So there aren't many comparables to us. We've built the business up since 2009 when we started running.
And in the time that you have lived in Halse, what has your experience been of the character of the area?
Well, we chose to locate and create our business in the area because of its characteristics, which are deeply rural. It is undulating, gentle land. I'm sure you're aware that where I live is on a hill. So I look down into the valley where the solar farm is proposed. It isn't flat land. It is devoid of human activity other than traditional farming and agriculture. On our fields leading down to the solar farm, there are currently sheep grazing, and every year we welcome the lambs. In the past, we've made hay from the fields. Currently, the field adjacent to the track up to the solar proposal at the moment is a field of buttercups, which is quite a visually striking thing and beautiful to walk through. There's a huge array of wildlife in this area. It's teeming with wildlife, and the hedgerows running down to the site are full of blackberries, elder, sloe. We've often foraged for field mushrooms on the pasture. The character of this landscape is such that you can bring children up and let them roam without knowing where they are for hours at a time. It's a timeless landscape, and it's soothing to walk through.
Thank you. So you confirmed that footpath AN 17 runs through your property. Do you have the photographs of AN 17 and 5 and G? Yes, sorry, I was just checking. Yeah, it should be the appellant's landscape proof evidence appendix 5, and it's the viewpoints at 17, 5 and G.
Yes, I have them in front of me.
Did you have any comment to make on those images?
Yes, I think it's a
And also, where are these in relation to where you live?
right. So this is in front of Halse farm. These, I take it, are the perspective of the footpath AN 17. I see viewpoint 5 as a snapshot. I think it's an unusual choice if you were to walk this footpath to stop and take a picture from here. Anyone that has walked this footpath will know that it's a huge open landscape, and it is actually it's a misleading image with the fencing here. I think if you had just walked a few paces to the left, the vista is very different. I do not think it's entirely representative of the view and vista from footpath 17. That is viewpoint 5. Did you want me to discuss viewpoint G as well, which is also here? I think it's noted here that it says it is a view from just southeast of the footpath. Not actually sure that is actually on the footpath there, to be honest. I'm not quite sure what southeast of the footpath means. I'm guessing it means it's not on the footpath. What's interesting to me about this particular view is that the photographer has chosen to locate the pylon in the center of the view, I guess as a sort of framing device. To me, the pylon does not dominate the view. And I think anybody that walks on this footpath will concur with that view.
Thank you. And in your proof, you also talk about the effects of HS2 at paragraph 7 to 10. Can you summarize from your perspective what the impact of HS2 has been on the local area?
It's difficult to summarize the impact of HS2 because the impact of HS2 is so very great, multifaceted, multi-layered, and huge. I will attempt to, in a word, I will say devastating. The effect of HS2 goes to the very root of the landscape that we live in. It threatens to entirely, during its construction period, change the sense of place that we know and live in. And it has affected the communities on a huge level in many, many different ways. The phrase earlier, we were talking about micro and macro. I think that's interesting because on a micro level, it has affected me, my family, my business, my livelihood, my experience of the place where I work and live. When I left the appeal yesterday, I left at 5:15. I arrived home at 5:30 to a WhatsApp message saying the noise is deafening. This was from one of my neighbors. So I went straight up and viewed behind me to the north what was happening with HS2, and I could see that they clearly hadn't clocked off at 5:30, that there was an array of excavators and they were piling activity and the noise was deafening. I then had to phone HS2 and to find out what was happening and what that had happened with their schedule. This can be a daily event for me and affects my business on a daily event. And also, I would say that HS2 has taken up a great deal of my time over the last few years, which could have been so much better spent elsewhere. I liaise with HS2 all the time. I'm engaged with them and their team all the time. I've had visits from Hugh Merriman, the current minister from HS2, and from Dame Andrea Leadsom on occasions, numerous occasions. They are aware of the niche nature of my business and how HS2 is affecting me. But I would also like to talk about HS2 on a macro level, because the tentacles of HS2 reach far and wide. And the communities around us have been affected in a myriad and profound ways, not just logistically from road closures, but also mentally from the persistent noise, from lights, from sound, from dust, and also to be forced to be witness to the destruction of the landscape and nature, irrespective of preservation orders and the like.
And what, in your view, would be the cumulative impact of HS2 in this development?
HS2 has completely closed a huge swathe of countryside behind this solar farm development to the north. That then forces both wildlife and humans to look to the south. So in terms of this development, we are then reliant upon using the footpaths to the south in the solar farm development. It will change the countryside for 40 years. It will also change the nature of the countryside. And I think the cumulative effect will be knock on. And I think the impression of the landscape will be I think it will be sort of obsolete, and the knock-on effect of that in terms of other planning applications going forward over the next 40 years could be significant.
And looking at the Mr. Evans' landscape rebuttal, do you have a copy of that?
I do.
At paragraphs 5.4 to 5.8, and that is core document 9.16. Has Mr. Evans' comments on the potential for HS2 and the proposed development to have cumulative landscape or visual impacts, has that addressed your concerns?
I think, in a word, the comment in these paragraphs is that Mr. Evans has rendered the HS2 a cumulative effect on this as reductive. I think it reduces the impact of HS2, which, let's not forget, is the largest infrastructure project in Europe, to a mere turning around to see its effect. There is no comparable to HS2 in the UK at the moment. I think this is absolutely not representative of the effect of HS2 on the landscape and the community.
Thank you.
Curtis, thank you very much. Mr. Osborne-Smith, how many questions might you have, and will we be able to complete them for lunch?
I mean, no
Possibly
disrespect
not.
at all, Mrs. Rafferty Smith, but I don't have any questions for you. Thank you for your evidence. Thank you.
Only one for me, just to understand your view on the hedgerows, because you gave me a descriptor of the hedgerows, their wildlife value of the blackberries and the
Yes.
elder and the hawthorn that grow down
Yes.
through them. Your view on the appellant's suggestions that actually what they're providing is a significant extension of those hedgerows and additional hedgerows throughout the site. Council have accepted that those would be native hedgerows. They're not going to be
Yes.
Leylandiaised or something brought forward.
Yes.
What's your sort of view of that as a mitigation?
My view as a whole regarding the mitigation with regards to wildlife and the hedgerows is what essentially it is in a broader context. It is and forgive me, this is a difficult word to say, an anthropomorphization
Yes.
of the landscape.
A man-made influence.
I do. I think what the appellant claims to bring to the scheme, we already have. And I go further to say that the context of that has evolved over millennia. You can take a period of history and recreate that period, but you can also look further back to other maps going further back. And this is a gentle evolution of landscape.
Thank you. Ms. Curtis, I jump in the odd question. Is there anything you wanted to pick up?
No, sir.
All right, thank you very much. We've reached a point where I think we're probably best to break, come back with Mr. Putnam, Mr. Ward after lunch. It does mean we're running teensy bit behind on the programme, but we'll see how we get on and have a little review at the end of the day. Does that work all right for you, Ms. Curtis? Very good. Confusing clock time, but back for 2 o'clock on my watch. My watch that does seem to align with my laptop and my phone in the modern world. Mechanical seems to be aligning. Exactly. I'll see you all back here at 2 o'clock when we will pick up on the further witnesses of Clegg, Mr. Putnam, Mr. Ward. Thank you very much, everyone, for this morning. I will see you at 2 o'clock.
we've discussed to the south.
And so have you had experience walking along that footpath then?
Yes, yeah. I mean, obviously, we farm all of that land, and I've certainly spent more time than I'd care to admit in those fields, looking at the view, and have walked as well on the footpath, which did both north and south, which does not constitute part of our land.
And what's your view as to what the impact of the proposed development would be on views experienced from that footpath?
Yeah, building on what Mrs. Ward said earlier, this is a really a prominent high footpath with sweeping views basically down through the valley, as we've seen both in viewpoints that the appellants have raised and some that we've included as our own appendices. The view really sweeps down into a valley and back up the hills in the site, principally in the area that we've called as Dawson's. It's basically directly opposite F12, F10 as you're looking across the valley. And given the way that they rise up, and given the elevated nature of the footpath, they really do form a very dominant feature of the landscape. And as you're walking either north or south, on one side, you're very close mostly to hedgerow, so there's not much view in one direction. However, there's this beautiful sweeping view in the other direction. And if this site were to go ahead, given the nature of the topography of the site, it is my opinion that the mitigation will be ineffective in reducing the impact that these panels and infrastructure would have on that view from the footpath. Clearly, because of the scales we're dealing with, there is no mitigation which can realistically be proposed to totally reduce or mitigate these from the view. I mean, since the pandemic, especially, we've seen huge numbers of people using this right of way. It has only increased, and everybody comments on the views and the unspoilt nature of the valley that we've heard time and time again in our submissions. This beautiful unspoilt valley with natural landscape rolling down the valley, it really is such a great attraction of it, and it sort of speaks to its popularity. I mean, our footpath actually, when taken in consideration with I think it was AM11, which runs through the centre of the site, and the bridleway at the south, makes a really nice circular route, which we find is very popular with residents in Halse, in Greatworth, in Marston St Lawrence and Farthinghay. And if this site were to go ahead, then the large part of that walk, which is currently, as we've heard, the most beautiful rolling countryside, will be either through a solar farm or looking directly squarely at the panels. And we also get, as we've heard, walkers from farther afield. It never fails to surprise us when we do speak to people on the footpath, how far some have travelled. And really from Brackley and Banbury especially, we get some really committed walkers who come really regularly. And the way I always look at it is, given that from Banbury, the Cotswolds, which is a nationally recognised famous area of outstanding natural beauty, is an identical distance to our valley. The fact that people are choosing to come to walk on ours, I think, speaks to its value in itself. And that would be totally changed and harmed, in my opinion, by these proposals.
Thank you. At paragraph 2 of your proof, you state that there's a land ownership dispute between your family and the appellant regarding the western boundary of the appeal site. Is that dispute ongoing?
Yes, I would characterise it as ongoing. I appreciate what the inspector said about not being land registry yesterday, but yes, for some context, these issues were first raised when we looked at the plans and statements which were made in the original 2020 consultation, which was run by Pegasus. At the time, my father sent a quite short response, quite simply outlining that we were concerned that statements had been made referring to essentially hedgerows and trees on our boundary, which the appellant does not control. And similarly received a similar short response, which stated that all works would be confined to land which the appellant controlled, which we hoped would draw a line under the matter. And then unfortunately, as we've got to this appeal, statements and claims made in the plans and the material which has been produced have persisted, which we've become concerned about. This has obviously been raised separately and similarly by Nicholas and Veronica Ward, who first raised it on our behalf as part of the appeal process with the appellant. And then I was quite conscious that while there are great similarities in our concerns, there are important differences. So then I followed up with my own letter to the appellant, to JBM, in May, with a letter and map just setting out our position and where we believe these errors and claims have been made. Because I'm happy to expand if that would be helpful, but these really are not substantive claims which make a huge difference to the site, and we really hope that, given the number of revisions we've already had to this plan, that they would easily be altered. However, didn't receive a response on that, and nor were our own specific concerns dealt with in the planning evidence submitted by the appellant, but it was later picked up on by the rebuttal which we received, which the appellant, I would argue, deals with the matter. We don't believe that the correspondence or anything which the appellant has produced in that rebuttal actually shows that their interpretation is correct. And in fact, I've got the map here, which they've used to try and prove their ownership. And on at the very opening of the map, it says, this index map does not define the extent of land in any registered title, and this reflects that the boundary of registered estate is shown for the purposes of the register as a general boundary, unless it's shown as determined. And really, we don't agree with the appellant's interpretation of our boundary, which is clear. And so, yes, we've attempted to get that rectified, but have been unsuccessful so far.
And looking at the revision of the proposed site layout and landscape strategy.
Yeah.
Could you explain what the implications of this dispute actually would be for the landscaping proposal on the western boundary of the site? And I think you may also have, I think you also produced your own map in the photographs.
I did, yes, if that would be helpful to refer to. It was in my own appendix, which I think I labelled JF1, where I just provided a summary of correspondence, which I know the appellant already has, and my own map, which should be somewhere, which I submitted on the 5th of May, just trying to explain our concerns. And given that the claims haven't been altered in revision O, they remain the same. I mean, like I say, not wishing to dwell on it too much, but the three statements, if you will, in the revision we are concerned by, there are two regarding our boundary, hedgerow and trees, and there is also one regarding mammal gates and small gaps at the base of the perimeter fence. On the hedgerow point, I'm not sure if has everybody got my one where I just set out on map, because it does get a bit complicated. Essentially, on the top half of the hedge, which I've indicated with that green arrow, there it is stated by the appellant, the existing hedgerow will be infilled and reinforced with a belt of trees to strengthen the landscape framework and filter views from the west. And there we have just tried to make clear that on that more northern stretch of our boundary, the hedgerow and the trees fall entirely on our side of the boundary ditch. And given the common law understanding that where there is a boundary defined by a ditch and a hedge, the understanding is that given the farmer would obviously, when digging a ditch, put the spill on his side of the boundary, therefore dictates that we own the hedge in its entirety, and the boundary of the land is on the far side, the far bank of the ditch. So all we have tried to argue here is that the assertion that the existing hedgerow and trees can be reinforced, infilled and maintained does not reflect the reality that the appellant does not control that hedge or those trees. Our control can be proved in so many ways, not least that we've got it currently in a countryside stewardship scheme, which would not be possible if we did not own the entitlements to that parcel. And mainly, I would just say that Marston Estate have always recognised our ownership of that hedge, and we've always been very grateful that they've allowed us access to maintain the ditch and the entirety of the hedge from their land. So in my opinion, it's only the appellant who is at odds with the reality here. And I think that does have an implication for their proposals on screening, because clearly when we're assessing the effectiveness of the screening that will be infilled, reinforced, planted to strengthen the landscape framework and filter views, as they put it, clearly any screening which they wish to plant will need to be set back on their bank of the ditch and will need to start from afresh. And I think that needs to be recognised in the effectiveness of that mitigation and that screening, especially in the early years of the development, is that they do not have an existing hedge and trees to manage, that they need to start from afresh. Similarly, on the second half of the bottom half of my map, because nothing in life is ever straightforward, the hedge is much thicker, much bigger, much taller. And actually, the reality there is that the hedge and trees fall on both sides of the boundary. So in this instance, clearly the boundary there continues to be in the ditch, with us controlling the hedgerow and trees on our side and the appellant controlling those on their side. So again, on the claim they've stated, they assert that they will retain and manage existing hedgerow trees, which I would suggest are a slight contradiction, but to prevent overshadowing. Clearly, the appellant is perfectly entitled to do what they like to what falls on their half of the ditch. We would just be grateful for clarification that they would not undertake to manage the trees and the hedgerow which falls on our side of the ditch. And all we've asked for is some clarity on that. Similarly, on the gates point, I've gone through the gates and the history of those in my correspondence and my letter to JBM, but essentially these are two existing gateways. One is a sort of small gate, a pedestrian access between two land, and the other is a vehicle access, which we widened from a previous much older pedestrian access within the last few years, with the full cooperation and grateful support of the estate to allow access between our land. And while we obviously welcome the appellant's offer to maintain connectivity between the two boundaries, we obviously would just be seeking some clarity on where the fencing is going to come, what these gaps and gates actually look like in reality, and obviously an undertaking that the current physical gates and physical infrastructure themselves are on our side of the land, so of the boundary. So again, we would just require an undertaking that those would not be altered. Obviously, again, the appellant is perfectly entitled to do what they like on their side of the boundary. So really, I don't quite understand why this has become such an issue, because in my mind, it's really straightforward, it's really minor, and could have been dealt with by simply clarifying on these revisions that the appellant's work would be separated from the land which we own, and therefore has to be reflected in the effectiveness of the mitigation. We're not trying to claim we own great swathes of this land. We are not even trying to restrict the area that these panels can be grown on. All we're trying to do is make sure that a hedge which we currently manage and have to in quite strict RPA Environment Agency rules aren't just going to be taken apart and managed as they see fit by the appellant when they clearly don't control it. But I'm obviously not expecting the inspector to make some sort of land registry ruling on this. I just thought it was important to note that this continues to be a frustration we have with this process.
Thank you. So at paragraph 4 of your proof, you set out certain factual matters relating to the current use of the appeal site as an agricultural site. How do you know what the current use of the site is?
Well, having lived at Cockfield Farm for my whole life, and I think it would be fair to say that my family and the estate have long enjoyed a very close working relationship with, which to the best of my knowledge easily goes back to my grandfather working with the current generation of the estate's grandfather, Mr. Sumner. And we've always enjoyed a very close working relationship. It's natural because of our position that our land goes hand in hand with this land, and we have always worked cooperatively on things like boundaries. And that has continued through to the modern day. And we're very grateful that since this, or some of the land that constitutes this site, principally on the east, was purchased by the estate. For the last 6 years, we have enjoyed being able to graze our cattle on the permanent grassland which exists on this site through annual grazing licenses. So as a result of this, when we're grazing the land, which isn't annually but covers a good proportion of the year, put simply, my family and I, there's only my parents and me, so one of us has to check the stock daily. In order to access it, we have to drive across the estate, across this site, which we're very grateful to be able to do on a quad bike and check the stock. So we see very closely what's going on. I mean, I'd also say that my father worked for the estate probably some 20 years ago now, and I myself worked for the estate 3 years ago during the pandemic, when I was essentially a tractor driver during the harvest that year. So I do feel like we have a reasonable grasp on, especially on what's going on this land in particular. Obviously, it's helped that we overlook it considerably, and also just a general idea of the estate's overall operations.
I think you have a copy of some extracts from core document 7.5, chapter 7 of the environmental statement on agricultural resources.
Yeah.
And paragraphs 7.4.1 to 7.4.5 of that chapter give a different view of the current agricultural use of the site than you do in your proof. Do you have any comment to make on that?
Yes, sure. Yeah, no, there are a few comments which I'd make, and obviously the purpose of this chapter in general, my understanding, is to assess its agricultural use, value, and impacts that this site would have on that. I would say that looking at this section on farm holding, so principally from 7.42 down, I think it would be fair to say that the estate, I'd like to say that we've all moved on since this environmental statement was first submitted, but the estate has certainly moved on in certain areas. For example, I'd point out that on 7.4.3, it says that the farm business consists of beef, dairy, and combinable crop enterprises. Well, I would just point out that since this application has been running, the dairy herd and the beef cattle which were derived from that herd have been sold off, and the 2 members of staff which are referred to as working in the dairy business in the following paragraph have also been made redundant. And so therefore, I think I would just contest the overall conclusion that the livestock enterprises are the key focus of the business. To be honest, I'm not sure that I would agree that this was even the case when this statement was written. I think given the sheep enterprise was sold shortly before this process began, given the dairy enterprise, which I've talked about already, and given, I mean, you can see above the area of arable and rotational grass compared to permanent grassland, I think I would argue that the estate's focus is on its arable enterprises, which is perfectly valid, and they do it very well. And that operation can generally be split into combinable food crops, so your traditional crops, your wheat, barley, and oats, things like that, to name a few. And also then these other crops which they mention, which are grown principally to fuel the estate's existing anaerobic digester. So the rye and the maize grass, an existing local renewable energy site within the estate, and local, obviously, within the parish, and an existing diversification. So I'm not sure I would accept that livestock enterprises are the key focus of the business. I think they're certainly, in my opinion, it's more the arable as these enterprises have changed since the statement was written.
So sorry to interrupt. Can I just check? We are supposed to be dealing with landscape at the moment, or is this witness giving evidence on everything?
Apologies. So this witness was going to be just doing the totality of his evidence today.
Right, that wasn't clear to me. In the information I received on timings, that there were going to be witnesses called in different sessions, but that's fine. I can deal with it as it comes up.
The only other issue Mr. Foot has is agricultural land,
Yeah,
and use of. It would be awkward to bring him back at another
Well, that
point
was
later
my
in the piece.
thinking. Absolutely, sir. Totally agree. But I'd understood that that was from the information I received from, I think it came via Mr. Ward, via my instructing planners, that that was going to be how things were done. Absolutely fine to do it this way,
yeah,
but I just
mean,
wanted to
let's
check what
take
I'm
it-
supposed to be.
Yeah, let's take it. You tell me if you need more time or more, a later date to come back and deal with it, but let's take it as it is here now.
Yeah, thank you.
And then let me know if it's an issue. Sorry.
You also at section 3 of your proof, give details of your own farm diversification business.
Yes.
Could you just summarize that and what you think the harm would be of the proposed development for that business?
Yeah, so for the last 5 years, it's difficult to put a start date on it because obviously we started sort of informally and then developed into more of a permanent diversification. So for the past 5 years, we've operated a bed and breakfast from our farmhouse using one of the guest rooms. Originally, this started off as friends and the odd person coming to stay for Silverstone. Obviously, we're very close to the Silverstone circuit, so Grand Prix is always a very, very busy time. And then slowly, my mother's developed this into more regular diversification. We have guests still principally in the summer months, it's sure, but only ever expanding and throughout the year. And as well as obviously things like Silverstone as an attraction, I think it would be fair to say that we have a growing number of guests who are coming to escape the confines of their urban lives and to try and have a peaceful weekend in the country. And I would say that I would struggle to think of a guest who hasn't come and instantly reacted to the view and our position and the tranquility of our valley. I mean, it's undoubtedly one of the greatest attractions of our B&B, and clearly, because I've submitted just some of my own ideas of images, and obviously picked up by the other images that we've discussed before. Clearly, the site would similarly be highly visible from our house, in particular the guest room, which I've included in my appendix. Similar to how it will be visible from AM33 that we discussed a minute ago. So again, I mean, obviously the house is even more elevated, so I think the impact would be even greater and mitigation even less effective. And I think it would have a real harm on our B&B because it would lose its character, and it would lose undoubtedly one of its greatest attractions. And something that our loyal guests are particularly supportive of and particularly welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Foote.
Thank you very much. Well, in light of what I've just said, Osmond Smith, you're I'm sure prepared to take on the landscape issues that have been raised if you wish to pick them up at all in light of our discussion about value judgments. Do you need time to think about the other elements? Is there anything you want to pick up?
No, I don't think so. I'll deal with what I can now. If there's anything additional, obviously the points about the enterprise on site at the moment,
The
Mr.
actual
Burrell can
activity,
come back
yeah.
and deal with that in his evidence.
And I mean, I'm very happy to make myself available if that would be required at any point. But
Thank you. I want to have a look first of all at page 13 of your document, which is very helpfully numbered.
which document is this? Sorry.
This is your evidence. So we're into your appendices here, and it's the plan that you held up before your boundary
Yes,
plan
yep,
essentially
sorry.
that you've provided.
Yep.
And think about what all of this means for the scheme in light of what the inspector said. He's not the land registry, he's not dealing with an application to amend boundary plans or anything like that. So looking at the two parts and have that open alongside revision O.
Yep.
Of the proposed site layout and landscape strategy. And as for the top part of the western boundary,
Yeah.
so long as it adjoins, so far as it adjoins your own land, the position is that you say for roughly the first third that the hedgerow is entirely in your ownership. So it's
Yeah.
basically hands off.
Yeah.
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 Okay, what we can see alongside that boundary is in fact proposed a woodland belt by the appellant. So that's their own mitigation strategy essentially that's going to go in there.
Yes, the band downside, yeah.
Yeah, so essentially there's your boundary and I take it from the fact that it's in a countryside stewardship scheme that there's no intention on your part to remove that hedgerow. No. So the hedgerow stays. In addition to the hedgerow staying and being managed by you as part of the scheme, we're also going to get a tree belt as well.
Yeah, to be clear, that I only wanted to draw attention to the claim, obviously, that it talks about the existing hedgerow being infilled and reinforced. And I just obviously wanted to clarify that there is a difference between the planting, which the appellant will do, and our hedge.
Yeah.
Clearly, there is a distinction.
But straightforwardly, you're already doing everything that you can with that hedge to keep it in good, well-maintained condition.
Yeah.
With no intention to take it away. So looking at this from a landscape and visual perspective, that hedgerow is going to stay. The appellant's planting is going to be there too. There is no adverse effect, if I can put it like that, on landscape and visual matters that arise from any boundary dispute.
I would just clarify that obviously the existing and it's something that can be explored much better on the ground, but the existing hedgerow runs along quite a higher bank. One side of the ditch is higher than the other. So all I am trying to clarify is that anything which is planted on your side of the ditch, so on that side, will be starting from a slightly lower perspective and will obviously be starting from a fresh. I didn't want it to be inferred that our existing hedgerow would be the point at which these trees would be added and infilled and reinforced. Clearly, that's a separate planting to the site.
Well, I'm dealing with this on the basis that you're right. Now, we disagree fundamentally with that, but I'm dealing with it on the basis that you're right.
I agree to disagree.
So that the inspector can understand what the implications are in the light of the fact that he can't actually make a decision about this.
Yeah.
And straightforwardly, from a landscape and visual perspective, the boundary dispute here makes no difference whatsoever. Because there's going to be screening. You're not removing your hedge, the appellant's putting in more planting, there's going to be screening.
I just wanted there to be clarity.
Can I get a yes or no on that, please, Mr. Foote?
Sorry, ask it again then if you're going to force me into a
Yeah,
yes and no.
I am, I'm afraid.
Okay.
There is going to be screening planting here.
Yes, there's quite clearly going to be screening, yeah.
Okay, that's fair, thank you. And then as to the southern part of the western boundary, this is the remaining 2/3, if I can put it that way.
Absolutely.
Part of that is obviously encompassed within the tree belt that's proposed. And as to the lower part, the point is, and I think you described it as a wide hedgerow there that spans both sides of the ditch. Again, you accept that the estate has half, and the other half is hands off. Because this is our hedge, we're maintaining it. Again, no plans to remove that hedgerow at all.
I was only alarmed by the statement that existing hedgerow trees would be retained and managed to prevent overshadowing. One way of inferring that is that if there is a concern of the trees overshadowing the panels, that they'd have to be removed. So I just wanted to make sure that if that were required to be the case, obviously trees on our side of the boundary could not be removed.
Yeah, so don't remove our trees, basically. Keep the screening in place. Understood, thank you, that's very helpful. And mammal gates, we'll come to that in, I think, when we do the ecology evidence, because that's an ecological measure which ensures that animals are still able to move around within the solar farm rather than talking about the wider landscape boundaries. Loss of agricultural land then. There is, or if I put it this way, the vast majority of the appeal site is not best and most versatile agricultural land.
I accept that.
And other than the substation, the appeal proposals do not represent a permanent loss of the land, do they?
I accept that they're reversible. What I don't accept in your case is that these would be fully reversible. Which can I expand on that just briefly?
Yes.
I would argue that given what we've already heard on some of the land features to date, especially, we've talked about Dawson's a great deal. We've talked about permanent pasture. Clearly, this development will, in order for this super duper grazing mix to be drilled, will be required to be cultivated. And clearly these panels, anecdotally everybody says they don't float, and nor do they simply rest on the ground. Clearly the ridge and furrow in Dawson's is going to have to be leveled in order for these to be installed. There's going to be compaction from vehicles during construction, during maintenance, during decommissioning. So I think you don't have to be a soil scientist. Any farmer will tell you that the land that will be left after this will still show some permanent scars, even if only in the soil, i.e. the physical structures have been removed. There will be a lasting impact on the soil structure. And, this permanent pasture, we've talked about the ridge and furrows themselves being there for hundreds of years or however long. I'm not quite clear on that detail, but the point being, permanent pasture is different to drilled grass. Once you take that away, any farmer will tell you that drilled grass does not have the same soil structure. It is not as resilient. And I'm just trying to say, I do accept it will be reversible. I accept that there is the possibility of agricultural use once the solar farm is decommissioned. However, I do not accept that it is fully reversible, because I do think it will still show some permanent scars.
Okay, and one of the points that you made there was about soil compaction, and the suggestion is to have a soils management plan to ensure that construction and decommissioning is managed sensitively, to ensure that that's carried out. And if that's the case, then the soil resource is protected.
Sure, I'm under no doubt that the construction workers will do whatever they can to have as minimal impact as possible. But I still think the point about disturbance and the site, obviously, notwithstanding the fact that the substation is also permanent, I just struggle as a farmer to accept that this is a fully reversible blink and you'll miss it, and it's back to how it always was.
Well, it's not a blink and miss it. There is going to be a decommissioning of the site secured by condition. That's going to be a process which is secured and managed by condition. And as part of that, a soils management plan to ensure that the soils are treated appropriately and sensitively. And indeed, farming itself, using heavy vehicles going over the soils, that can damage the soil as well, can't it?
Well, tractors will be driving over this arable land in the process of managing it. Yeah, absolutely. And that is all part of the agricultural process, where soils are intentionally disturbed for cultivation in a slightly different way. And I think actually that the estate workers on this will tell you they go to great length to try not to compact the soil too much. They certainly are not driving over it to the sort of the proximity that construction vehicles perhaps will be. And again, I would just draw back to the point about the permanent pasture and grassland that will have to be disturbed and will have to be cultivated for your new grazing mix.
Well, there's going to be a biodiversity management plan, and the ecological evidence before this inspector is that having a biodiversity management plan and resting the soil over the period of 40 years can improve the soil health, not the agricultural land quality, because that's a classification system, but it can improve the soil health over 40 years. And that's right, isn't it?
I don't have that in front of me. I'm sure, and nor am I an ecological expert. Right. I can only speak as I find, like I say, on the farming perspective, that it will not be how it is today.
But the point you make is a good one, and it's this, that farmers know how to use their land and how to manage it to avoid compaction, to avoid damaging the soil.
Yes, that's right.
And a soil management plan ensures that construction and decommissioning of this site takes place in that same way, avoiding harm to the land.
Okay, I haven't said that, but I'll take that from you.
As to agricultural use, it is proposed that sheep will graze between the panels.
Yes, I've heard that opportunity be used by the material. I'm not aware of any agreement for anybody to actually do that there.
Grazing of sheep, I think the inspector put it, cheap lawnmowers, is commonplace on solar farms.
I would accept that they are certainly present on a number of solar farms across the country. I do not dispute the possibility of grazing sheep. What I have tried to explain in my own evidence is that ultimately the very low density rough grazing that you can achieve with sheep Clearly, because of the proximity of the panels, they're not the easiest to manage either the grass or the stock. I'm certainly not saying it's impossible, and I do know that there are examples of farmers who do it. But what I have tried to argue in my own evidence is that the production capacity of that site would be dramatically reduced from the current grazing opportunities that it already has, and also from the arable side. Obviously, it won't be possible to grow arable crops, and it won't be possible to graze cattle on it. And I also see in the environmental statement and the material that's been submitted, no commitment from the estate to actually graze the site. Indeed, they've already sold off their own sheep enterprise while having this entire site available for grazing. So I don't accept that this definitely will happen, but I absolutely accept that it is a possibility.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask Mr. Burrell more about that when he comes to give his evidence.
Sure.
And the likelihood of sheep being here. But one of the points you make about is the productivity of the agricultural land and,
Yep.
and also production for food. You've referred to that in your evidence. So let me just deal with that. Because it's right that there is no general, well, first of all, let's look at this. There's no general protection for all agricultural land in national planning policy, is there?
No, and I mean, as you very eloquently put yesterday, even best and most versatile agricultural land has been developed on in the past.
Yeah, and there is no requirement in planning policy for land to be used for food production or to be used for any particular intensity of use.
I don't have an extensive knowledge of relevant planning policy, but that is my understanding. My understanding is that there are policies where I have, which I've alluded to in my own evidence, where the government and locally wishes to promote food production and wishes to ensure that we have that resilient local food supply, especially in the current climate. But clearly, as everything in planning, there's a balance to be struck, isn't there? And there are policies to be balanced.
Well, it's planning policies with which we're concerned,
Yeah.
not general statements or
No.
documents or reports. What I'm interested in is planning policy.
Yeah.
And you've looked at a few policies, and I understand you say you come from a position of, well, I'm not a planning expert, and
Yeah.
and I respect that. And you tell me if I'm putting something to you that you don't know or understand. But there is no planning policy requirement for either agricultural land to be used at a certain intensity or in a certain way for the production of food in this country.
Not that I'm aware of, no, but nor is there a requirement for all land of this quality to be converted into solar panels.
No one suggested for a moment there was.
No, but it's a balance, isn't it?
The council has not refused this proposal on the basis of a loss of agricultural land.
Yep, I accept that. I was keen, as I keep saying, as a farmer, this is an argument that I sought to make at committee originally in the council process, and one that I wanted to be sure I had put before the inspector as a consideration.
Yeah, and so far as the government's food strategy highlights, presently the UK maintains a high degree of food security.
Yeah. I
And,
accept that.
and the broad national strategy is to maintain domestic production at about current levels for the
Yeah,
UK.
that's correct. Yeah.
And what we have in respect of agricultural land, again, nationally, is considerable interest and push for initiatives such as rewilding,
Yeah.
managing land for biodiversity benefits. So in fact, taking land out of food production and giving it back over to the environment. And there are incentives for doing that.
Absolutely. And this is, I agree, there are growing pressures on land in this country. Like you say, you talk about the government's future farming schemes. There absolutely is encouragement for a certain area of land to be have a greater dedication to biodiversity. There is also clearly the need for renewable energy. None of us are disputing that. The point I'm attempting to make is that on balance, when we consider what this parish, what we as a community have already given up, I think there is an argument that this should be maintained as agricultural land, given other measures which we have already provided. We've heard about Drovers Lane to meet our net zero targets, rightly ambitious, and given everything else that is already being undertaken. For example, on our own farm, we were already, through schemes like countryside stewardship, we're already doing our bit for biodiversity. So my argument is that I accept this is just one piece of the puzzle, But I think that the agricultural use of this land should not be written off, given everything else going on.
And of course, I think you highlighted as well that part of what is grown on the land at the moment doesn't go to food for humans, it goes to anaerobic digestion.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, those crops.
So we can record, can't we, that not all of this land is even presently used for food production for human beings.
Well, no, and as I said, it goes to a local renewable energy site, which if this site is successful, will actively be reducing the area available to fuel it. So we are, by promoting one renewable site here, we would be directly undermining another one, both the viability of it in terms of its functioning as a renewable site and also as a very important diversification business for the estate.
Well, with respect, that's enormous conjecture, Mr. Foot, isn't it?
I don't know that it is, given that the arable operation on the estate covers the entire estate. I don't think it can be denied that by taking away this area of land will reduce the total area available land available to the estate. I think that's a valid conclusion. You have to accept that this will result in the loss of arable land within the total control of the estate.
But what we look at is evidence. And there's absolutely no evidence to support that contention.
Well, I think in the environmental statement, it tells you how much arable land is already on the estate, and it itself concludes that this would result in the loss of arable land. The project will, and I admit it says temporarily, the project will temporarily take 75 hectares of agricultural land out of production. That land is partly used for production for fueling a renewable energy. So I don't think that can be denied.
Thank you, Mr. Foot. Those are my questions.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Ms. Osman-Smith. No, I had some questions around the agriculture side, but they've been put to you and I've got your answers.
Excellent.
So thank you very much for that.
You're very welcome.
Ms. Curtis, was there anything you wanted to pick up in re-exam with Mr. Foot?
No, thank you, sir.
All right.
There we are.
Mr. Foot, thank you very much.
Thank
may
you.
Stand down. Ms. Curtis.
Yes, we have Mr. Ward next, sir, who is only going to be giving evidence on the landscape elements of his proof because he has obviously a lot more that
Yes.
he deals with. So that was going to be done tomorrow. Also, just so you're aware, sir, Mr. Ward, because of some medical conditions, might need a comfort break.
I understand completely. Just please just raise a hand or whatever, just to let us know and we'll find the break. We will break anyway about 3:15, seeing as how we go.
Sorry, on this, and I think it's a feature of just being kept out of the loop on some of the correspondence, so
Okay.
I apologise, forgive me. Mr. Ward is going to be giving evidence further on heritage and biodiversity at the round
In the
table.
round table.
Yes, he addresses some additional planning benefits. I think that's the heading that's in his proof.
So that's to be given separately.
Yes, we thought that given the scope of Mr. Ward's proof, it would make more sense for him to appear twice.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. So you set out in your background at paragraphs 1 to 5 of your proof which is a CD 9.14, that you've lived in Greatworth for 41 years. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
And you've provided a plan of some of the land that you own at attachment NW1, and that's land at the northwestern corner of the appeal site. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you explained that you have no formal training in the law or planning, but do you have any other experience which you would like to draw to the inspector's attention?
I have absolutely no experience in the law or planning. As I say in paragraph 5, I have been trained as a chartered accountant. I'm retired now. And over the years before I retired, I was for many years chairman or non-executive director of a number of organizations, which were in business and the public and voluntary sectors. I was lucky enough in my career to have experience of a number of different sectors, often with specialist expertise, which I didn't have. And I think I have learned a bit about attention to detail and reviewing important documents which are seeking financial advantage out of government to make sure they are fit for purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. So dealing with the landscape elements of your proof, from paragraphs 36 onwards, you describe the Buckinghamshire Railway and discuss its contribution to the landscape. Could you summarise what contribution you say this feature makes to the local landscape?
Well, I think it's a hugely important feature of the landscape in this valley, both in terms of its impact on the landscape and also as a wildlife site. We're very lucky, my wife Veronica and I, that we own the adjoining stretch of railway to the north. And so we have a particular affection for it. And it stretches in a curve at the top end, the Cockley end. We own Cockley Junction, and we own a spur that runs towards Towcester, or used to run towards Towcester. And it's a hugely important feature in that landscape. And I may be a bit romantic, but the most important time of the year for me is actually in the spring, when you have blackthorn blossom followed by hawthorn. And the impression given by the blossom is of steam coming out of a steam engine. And you can almost hear the trains going by when you see this lovely blossom. So I think it's very important.
And have you you've relied, I think, on some documents which refer to the railway as well. Could you summarise what you've said about
Could you say that again? Sorry.
You've referred to some documents as well, which refer to the railway in your proof.
Or the quartet report?
Yes.
Yes. Well, the quartet report.
I'm sorry, that is, I think, core document 4.10. Yes.
And I've quoted from it in that document, and I stand by what I said in there. The railway is designated as a green corridor. It's also an important heritage asset, which we'll come to tomorrow. But the vegetation on it is only dealt with in a very superficial way in the Barton High report. In fact, I don't think I can find any reference at all, correct me if I'm wrong, to how it is to be managed, what the long-term management plan is for the railway.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. So you also, in your landscape evidence, deal with the substation, and at paragraphs 18 to 21, you set out concerns that you have regarding the substation compound. Could you summarise those concerns for the inspector?
Yes, I am concerned that the document upon which the inspector is asked to make a decision is a plan of a typical substation compound. And if one reads in the further, forgive me while I just look up the right reference. Sorry, I apologise. If you look at the planning statement, paragraph 3.7, it talks about the two,
Sorry, is that the planning statement with the original
the
application?
original planning statement. It talks
So
about
that's at the core
2
document
points of
7.3.
connection masts being located adjacent to the existing pylon tower, similar in height to those pylons traversing the area. I don't think any of us realized until the proofs came along that actually this is to be a new pylon. So it just shows, in my view, that the plans put forward in the application and repeated in the appeal documentation are, in my view, not fit for purpose.
And at paragraphs 23 to 29 of your proof, you also refer to two wooded areas, W1 and W2, that you say are outside the appellant's control. Where are those woods and why do you say they are important?
Interestingly, if you look at Division O, wood W1 doesn't appear. It's appeared on revision K and revision L, but seemed to disappear on N1, N2, and now O. But if you were able to see it as it was, maybe we should refer to K and L. But it's W1 is extremely important in that it is directly between the village of Greatworth and the proposed site of the proposed substation. Park Spinney, which is W2, is extremely important because it would hide the substation from some of the footpaths to the east and north and east of this area.
And you've made some reference to ash dieback. Could you explain your concerns there and why you have them?
Yeah, the concern we have is that neither W1 nor W2 are part of the appeal site. They've never been part of any of the previous sites, but they are both very important to screening of the proposed substation, either from the conservation area of Greatworth or from the footpaths north and east of the village. And nothing is said in the appeal documentation, as far as I can see, that shows how these two important woods would be managed. If you look at the Barton High report, they're both said.
Is that the arboricultural impact assessment?
If you look at the arboricultural report, both those woods are said to be on site, but they're not. And so there is nothing at the moment. When we came to this area, the site of W1 was a field, an arable field. When we came to this area, or shortly afterwards, the whole of W2, Park Spinney, was pollarded. There's nothing to say this won't be done again. The condition of the trees in W1 in particular is such that there are many of them are ash, and I invite the inspector to go and look at them, because you will see that there's a huge amount of ash trees there, and many of them are dying. And we are concerned that this important screen between the substation, if it's to happen, and the village should be protected and preserved. And it isn't at the moment.
And the appellant's landscape witness, Mr. Evans, has addressed these two woods at paragraphs 4.44 to 4.46 of his rebuttal proof. Has that rebuttal dealt with your concerns regarding the two wooded areas?
Sorry, forgive me. It's at 4.4. I don't think it does answer the point. If you look at
Why not?
because it merely says that the Marston estate has no intention of removing the woodlands. And JBM will manage and maintain overhanging branches. Now, the overhanging branches are a fraction of the total screening produced by those two woods. And a statement in here that the Marston estate has no intention of removing the woodlands, to my mind, doesn't add anything to our objection.
And you've also mentioned some other screening and hedges and issues there. Paragraphs 30 to 31 of your proof, you refer to hedges north of Halse Road. Could you?
Sorry, can you just say paragraph?
30 to 31 of your proof.
Yeah. Sorry. I don't know whether it would help if we were actually to look at these on revision O, and perhaps in conjunction with the plans for produced by as part of the arboricultural assessment. Effectively, I mentioned a number of different hedges, and I've used the lettering that comes from the arboricultural assessment, but it's probably easier to look at them on revision O. I mentioned hedge H1. Are you able to see this as well? You've got that, but have you also got access to this? We have. So if we look at H1 on this document, it's at the top right-hand end of sheet 1. And we would say that the bottom end of that is not part of the site at the moment, but there needs to be, it would provide important shielding in the direction of the substation and the ancillary tracks. The ancillary, and then going down to the next one I mentioned is H9, which is further south. And then I mentioned GH, which is the bit of wood just north of Halse Road. All those, in my view, are important to hide the infrastructure that is proposed, the road on the site. And then moving around, we come on to H6 and H7, G3, and a stretch of hedging which is not numbered in the arboricultural assessment. All those we submit are important to the shielding of the road, the tracks on the site from a view outside the site. And there is none of them are within the site. The site has been designed with the access track, the red line pinned close to the access track. So there's nothing anywhere in the documentation which protects these hedges to which I've referred as providing long-term shielding, screening.
So just going back a bit, so the first set that you mentioned, are those hedges north of Halse Road, and whereabouts are they?
H1 is just to the north of where the access track passes north of Copse Lodge Farm, and then heads back southwards.
So is that on the access track to the substation?
Yes, it's when the access track goes through the line of hedging, it's that area to the right of it, that is H1.
And H9, that's is that just north of Halse Road, so running along Halse Road?
Yes, it's to the south of H1.
And H6, H7 and G3, are those just south of the road?
H6 runs from the point at which the access track leaves Halse Road for the second time, and it runs up towards the substation. And there is a spur which doesn't have any number at the moment, isn't given a number in the that I'm aware of in the arboricultural assessment, which runs back up towards the box that says tree planting to aid in filtering views.
And you also at paragraph 32 refer to some hedges south of Halse Road. What were your concerns regarding those?
Well, there are a number of areas where we think the plans are unclear. And I mentioned in paragraph 32, 4 bullet points, which for this purpose I'm going to call A, B, C, and D. The first of those is if you look at revision O, it's all along the Halse Road from the blue blob to the pink blob. The blue blob, the pink blob is north of F2, and the blue blob is opposite the entrance to Halse Copse Farm. Now, the whole of that hedge is outside the site. It's an important part of the screening, but it's completely outside the site. And I don't think it was earlier on. It's sort of crept out of the site. I think if you look at, I think it was H, it was still in the site, I think. Therefore, at the moment, that hedge is not covered by any of the conditions in the site, in the documentation. If we look at the second one and look at the field F9, between F9 and Halse Road, there is a proposed new bit of hedge, new native hedgerow with semi-mature trees. Now, I commented on revision N, what I call revision N2. And at that point, the hedge has, the proposed new hedge had the red line boundary going through the middle of it. And this was on revision N. Now, on revision O, the parts of the trees seem to have been shaded out that were on N2 and that have disappeared from O. And so now that hedge is shown within the site, which it wasn't before. So, but it's only been done by slightly changing the shading of some trees. The next one is the southern side of Butterfields, F10. Between it and Dawson's, which is F11. Sorry, I keep hitting this, I do apologize. And it's the part of Dawson's that isn't on the site anymore. And the boundary seems to me, even on revision O, to be on the outside of the pink line, the new hedging on the pink line, although again it's slightly less clear than it was on the previous version. Sorry, this is getting quite confusing. And finally, on the east side of Butterfields,
And Butterfields is F10.
F10. Forgive me, that is on the, it's on that new piece of hedge. Well, existing again, the boundary is shown down the middle of the hedge, so there's no certainty as who is responsible for managing it. Going back, if I may remember, to the first of these points on south of the road, I think I'm right in saying that Mr. Evans tells us that the proposed hedgerow vegetation across the site, together with established hedgerows to either side of Halse Road, would be maintained at around 3 to 4 meters in height. Now,
And what's the reference for that?
4.7 of Mr. Evans's rebuttal. I think he's telling us that the screen, the hedges on either side of Halse Road, which we've seen are not within the appeal site area, are going to be kept at 3 or 4 meters in height. That to me means we're going to be going through a tunnel.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Moving on to paragraphs 33 to 34 of your proof of evidence. You also have described a land ownership dispute between yourself and the appellant. This is comprehensively addressed in your rebuttal proof of evidence. Is your position essentially as set out in your rebuttal proof?
Yes, could we look at 33? Look at revision O at the bottom end of F3, F5, and F13. And we will see a box which says existing riparian vegetation to be retained and managed to prevent overshadowing. Now, all three, and there are 3 arrows going away from it, and each one of those arrows points to land, points to vegetation outside the red line area. And I don't see how the appellant can deliver on that.
Is that to do with your boundary, or is that a separate boundary?
That's what I'm dealing with in 33. It's nothing to do with our boundary or the foot boundary. This is a different point.
So in terms of your boundary, you did a quite detailed rebuttal describing your position essentially on where the boundary for that land lies, and your understanding of the hedge and ditch rule and its implications in this case. But what do you say is the consequence of that dispute for the appellant's proposed site layout and landscape strategy?
Well, I think Mr. Foote dealt with that very thoroughly in his evidence, and our position is similar. In our case, the issue could very easily have been dealt with by simply putting a new screen to the east of the existing hedge and ditch. And that's what they've done, what the appellant has done further south on alongside Mr. Foote's boundary. But they're currently insisting that they have control, which they don't, over an area of hedge which is on our side of the ditch. The confusion may be that the hedge is reasonably overgrown in that place, in that area, and so it stretches across the ditch from our side. But it doesn't mean to say that they are able to guarantee that it will remain at the same height as what they're saying in their box, existing well-established vegetation to be retained. And if you actually look at revision O, there is very little vegetation by the arrow. In fact, the arrow seems to end either actually on the boundary or just our side of the boundary. And if you look at the plan on revision O, there is very little vegetation in that area on the other side. And any vegetation there is actually grows from our side.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. And do you have any other comments that you'd like to make on landscape matters?
There's one minor point. Well, I don't know whether it's minor or major. I understood revision O was the same as revision N, except for the correction to the line of footpath bridleway AN 33, which had been shown outside the site, has now been put back in its correct location. And I thought that was the only change, but actually looking at revision O, preparing for this meeting, I noticed that there are, if you go back to where F9 is, and look at the hedge and compare it with N2, the hedge that was very clearly earmarked on N2 has now almost disappeared, and a new area which I don't really understand has appeared alongside Halse Road, but the top right-hand corner of the box marked new native hedgerow with semi-mature trees. So it seems to me that there have been more changes to revision O than just the adjustment to AN 33. These are just two I've spotted, and I haven't done a thorough review of anyone else, but I'm just concerned that there may be others as well.
Thank you, Mr. Ward.
Thank you.
Ms. Curtis, thank you very much. I did say we'd take a break around 1:15 and my watch has got to 18 minutes past. So I suggest we take 10-minute break. Ms. Osmond-Smith can come back with any questions you may have for Mr. Ward then. So let's say back for 3:30, please. My watch isn't currently saying it's 18 minutes past 3.
Sir, does that mean I'm not allowed to speak to anyone?
Well, we had an interesting debate about this the other day. It is a point that is in discussion. Inspectors have long said it's kind of all right before cross-examination start, but apparently there is some discussion within PIBA as to whether that may change. In the criminal courts, it isn't. Historically, it's in consultation. Mr. Ward, I don't think there's much that you need to have debates about anyway. You've given your evidence to me. Ms. Curtis has asked all the questions she wanted to ask. You'll go into cross-examination immediately after. I suggest make the most of the break just to stretch your legs, shall we say.
Thank you.
I'll see you all back at 1:30.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gents, welcome back to our last session of day 2, partway through Clagg's evidence and indeed Mr. Ward's evidence to the inquiry on landscape matters. Ms. Osmond-Smith, do you have cross-exam for Mr. Ward?
Some questions, please, sir, if I may. And hello, Mr. Ward. Can you hear me okay? Is that all right? I'll try and stay closer to my microphone.
That's much better. Thank you so much.
Good, not a problem at all. Okay, so want to just get to the bottom of your concern when it comes to land ownership and boundaries. And so far as I can discern, it's about screening this development for the lifetime of the proposal. That's what you're really concerned about.
My concern is that a claim has been made by the appellant to have control over screening, which I don't think they have.
So, but where that comes from, the place that comes from is you say that this development should be screened. Its visual impact for the lifetime of the proposal.
I think your client is saying it's to be screened.
Yes, and that's a concern that leads you to say, well, I want to be confident, I want to be reassured that can be achieved.
Yes, and that could be done by putting screening in front as they have with the foot.
I see. Okay, well, we'll deal with it in sections and parts because there's some different boundaries and there's part which you own adjacent to field 1 that I want to talk about first. But as a general principle, and you may or may not be aware, but where we can deal with issues relating to a planning application or appeal by condition that would make that development acceptable in planning terms, then that's what we should be looking at.
I understand.
You understand that. So it may be that there are planning conditions and we would welcome your input on those to ensure that concerns that you have are addressed.
Thank you.
But let's deal with the land ownership boundary first of all, in your area. And there have been some changes made that we've heard about the chronology of the plans, as it were, where the red line has changed over time. And you have produced as part of your rebuttal Appendix H, so it might be worth turning that up. You've divided essentially your boundary into segments,
Yes.
A and E, some of which you say belong to you and some to the estate.
Can I just get it up?
Yes, yes, of course.
I've got to find where I put it. What number do you say it was?
It's Appendix H.
Yes, I found it.
And you deal with this in your rebuttal from paragraph 49. But I want to bear in mind what the inspector says about land ownership, and he's not here determining any applications concerning that. What is proposed by the landscape strategy in this part of the site along the boundary is that the existing well-established vegetation is to be retained. That's what's proposed on the landscape strategy.
And it is in a box with an arrow which points either onto our land or exactly onto the boundary.
So, and I want to, again, as I did with Mr. Foote, explore what the consequences are of your position and the appellant's position. So if you're right, and there are, and you don't say all of that boundary is in your ownership, some of it though. If you're right, if this scheme was to get planning permission, are you planning on removing the hedge?
We want the option to be able to do so, but for this, we would be putting in for an application to cut and lay that area of hedge.
So cut and lay, so removing the hedge with the intention of replacing it with a hedge.
No, not replacing it, cutting and laying, which is treating the existing hedge.
Yes,
Uh,
forgive me, managing it in a different way.
Yes, but bringing it down, taking out all the blackthorn creep, this side of it, our side of it, just as we have along the road, and just as we have on the south side of Church Close.
Okay, so no intention to remove the hedge.
Reduce it, cutting and laying means reducing it in height. It
Yes,
means-
but not removing it.
No, we wouldn't want to remove it, no.
No, so that the hedge remains, and the impact of the cutting, laying, the reducing of height, the visual impact would essentially be on you and your wife when you're in your land, when you're using it for recreation, whatever it is that you might choose to do there.
Yes, but you make the claim, or your client makes the claim, that the existing well-established vegetation would be retained.
Yes, well, as I said, we need to explore if you're right. We don't accept that you're right about the management of the hedgerow, but we're exploring if you are right. What difference does it make?
You're making a claim that you cannot sustain.
What difference does that make for the effects of the scheme?
You-
Because that's what the inspector's interested in, not who owns what.
I think-
What's the impact on the effects that he has to consider in the planning balance?
Thank you. I don't know, but I would expect the inspector to want to believe that what he's being told on a plan is true.
What difference does it make to the effects of this scheme? Its
Uh,
visual impacts,
You
if
cannot
you're
guarantee,
right.
you cannot guarantee the screening.
And who does that have an effect on?
It have an effect on anyone walking in our field.
Your field, which is privately owned.
We're privately owned, but we do have a scheme under which we allow friends and neighbours to walk in our fields.
There's no
A-
public.
And we
figure.
run Church Close as a wildflower meadow. And people do go into it.
There's no public footpath crossing that land, is there?
There is in the next door field.
But there's not on the land that we're talking about adjacent to the boundary of the appeal site.
There is not, no.
No. So your point is then that if the appeal site went ahead, you would be taking or lowering the hedgerow that is presently there that would impact on only your view and those who you choose to invite on your land. That's the effect.
What the document says is existing well-established vegetation to be retained.
I see that. I'm asking you about the effect, Mr. Ward, and you have to engage with that question. The effect in essence, if you're right, is what you're telling the inspector, that if consent was given for this solar scheme and developed, then what you would do is lower the hedge so that you and your wife and those who you choose to invite onto your land would have a greater view of the panels.
But that consent would have been obtained on what I would argue is an incorrect premise.
Well, you regard that the inspector cannot resolve this issue because he has not been presented and probably wouldn't be qualified to determine an application in respect of the land ownership boundary. So we've got to explore the effects. And what you're saying to the inspector is is that you want to lower the hedge on your site, on that boundary. But the effect of that is if the scheme is given permission, then you are, by what you want to do, increasing the visibility of it to you and anyone who you choose to invite onto your land. That's the effect.
We would be doing it as part of a government scheme which encourages this sort of thing. So it's partly to benefit from government grants to do it. So the government supports this sort of thing. And we would or might want to benefit from it.
Well, might, because this isn't something that you say in your evidence. This hypothetical future scheme that you want to benefit from, it's not in your
Well,
evidence, is
the
it?
schemes are there now. You can, we would probably have done it by now if it hadn't been for this palaver.
But you haven't, and nor have you indicated in your evidence that that's what you want to do in future.
Well, why should we? We want to have the freedom to manage our properties as we think fit.
Because we're looking at what the practical effect of your case is, Mr. Ward, and what it means for decision taking here on the visual impact of the scheme, because you raise this issue in respect of landscaping and screening. That's how it comes about.
Yeah, you're asking us to have to make a choice between doing what is right in terms of land management and seeing your solar scheme.
So can I just ask, I want to close off this issue now. Your answer to this is, or what you say the answer should be, is that the appellant should plant or put some extra planting in between what you say is your boundary and the proposed solar panels, and that would be the answer.
I think so indeed, yes.
Okay, well, we can review that further to that suggestion. Now, just exploring the other boundaries. Mr. Foot's boundaries I've dealt with him, so I'm not going to go back over that with you. You make a point about the southern boundaries, that is field 3, 5 and 15.
13.
Forgive me, yes, 3, 5 and 13. Now, it's right, isn't it, that the estate presently maintains those boundaries? If you don't know the answer, that's fine as well.
Well, the only maintenance I've seen there is by the electricity, I think, people who cut a way through for cabling.
So you don't know, you can't say whether or not the estate maintains those boundaries. You don't have any knowledge of that.
Well, I don't recall having seen any evidence of maintenance by the estate. But they may have done it surreptitiously, I don't know.
There is no,
They
forgive me.
don't do a lot of maintenance in that area.
There is no evidence that anyone else claims to have control over or maintenance of those boundaries.
The boundary at that point, the whole of those lengths of those 3 fields is a stream.
Yes.
And I don't think the estate goes across the stream.
But there's no one else coming along to this inquiry as you have with the northwestern corner saying, no, absolutely, that's not your vegetation on the southern boundary of the site.
That there is no one else coming, but it doesn't mean to say that we can't ask the question, because the arrows clearly point to the wrong side of the red line.
As to the highway, again, and if you don't know the answer to the question, please say so, but the estate currently maintains the roadside hedgerow on the southern side of the road. That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct.
Yeah. And that hedgerow has been there. Are you able to hazard a guess how long?
I wouldn't dare make a guess in this forum.
A very long time.
I believe it, and they've recently taken out a lot of ash trees.
Pardon?
They've recently taken out a lot of ash trees.
But that hedgerow has been there a long time and it's maintained by the estate, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Some of that hedgerow is within estate land, some on the highway land, but nonetheless, all maintained by the estate.
I don't know whether it's on highway land or I've always regarded, I think hedges are normally belong to the adjoining landowner, and I accept that the estate does manage that hedge.
Yes.
But that's because they're managing the field inside it.
Yes.
Now, it's been deliberately excluded from the site area. And there's nothing to say, no incentive for the estate to maintain that hedge. And there's nothing to say in the documentation that they will.
Well, there's going to be a landscape ecological management plan. Have you seen the conditions, Mr. Ward?
No.
No, right. Well, we'll have those shared with you then, and you can comment and input, because I'm sure that you'll have some things to say about it. But that will essentially apply to the way in which all of the vegetation is managed as part of the scheme.
Are you saying that this is going to be a binding in planning terms? Because these hedges and ones I've talked about are not within the red line area.
Well, the difficult one, if I may, on that respect, because of the nature of the underlying data. The red line does incorporate the hedge at various points along the road. The land ownership boundary certainly incorporates all the hedgerow along the road.
The hedge we're talking about along the horse road is outside the red line.
I'm talking about on the southern boundary.
Oh, sorry, we're back on the southern boundary. Sorry.
Yes, sorry, I've always been on the southern boundary. Yes. So the condition will include.
So you're saying that the agreement will cover the maintenance of land, of vegetation on land the other side of the ditch, the outside of the ditch from the estate.
We're talking about the hedgerow on the southern side of the road. So the northern boundary of the site.
Yes, you got me confused there, Ms. Osman-Smith, because it appeared you'd taken, I even turned my map over. It appeared you'd taken us back to the southern side. Right.
I thought I'd been
No, I'm
taken
talking about the
back
northern
south.
side of the site along the southern side of the road.
It's just the way I think we all heard it.
Forgive
We're
me.
on the Halse Road.
I'm so sorry. I honestly thought we'd been taken back to the bottom of the site.
Me too. We're on the Halse Road,
Mm.
on the hedgerow to the southern side of the road.
Yes,
Thank you, sir. Okay, could you say, what's the question again?
yes. So we know the estate maintains that hedgerow.
Say it again.
The estate maintains that hedgerow.
I accept the estate maintains that hedgerow as part of its maintenance of the field inside it.
Yes. And there is going to be a landscape ecological management plan that requires the maintenance of the vegetation, hedgerows, tree planting, all of that, which is set out on the proposed site layout and landscape strategy plan.
Inside and outside the site?
Well, we're going to deal with those things separately, because you've got an issue about the woodland around the substation, which is currently outside the red line.
But we're talking about a hedge along the Halse Road, which
Yes.
is outside the site.
It's not entirely outside the site.
Well, to me, on revision O, it is.
Well, we disagree with that, but it is
Where
nonetheless.
do we disagree?
Well, forgive me, but the landscape strategy plan is not the best overlay, because it's got the aerial imagery underneath. But if you look at the site layout plan, that shows where the red line goes alongside the hedgerow boundary.
This is the layout plan. This is the one we're commenting on, and it clearly shows the hedge along Halse Road on the south side of Halse Road, outside the site.
Disagree with
full
what
length.
that shows.
Sorry?
We disagree with what that shows. Can we proceed on, let's proceed on the basis that it is at least partly within the red line. I'm going to leave that point for a minute. Let's deal with the woodlands first. Substation woodlands. They are outside the red line,
Absolutely, yeah.
but they are within the estate's land ownership.
I understand. So yes.
Yes. So would you be content, Mr. Ward, with a condition that required the maintenance of that woodland and its ability to provide screening for the substation? as part of the landscape.
The same would happen
ecological-
with Park Spinney as well.
Yes,
And would those bits of woodland then be included in the BNG calculation?
well, the BNG calculation is done separately. That's already been done. I'm looking at the landscape ecological management plan and the maintenance of that area for screening.
Yeah, but the two go together. If all these things had been, as I believe they should have been, included in the site, then the BNG calculation would be very different.
How could the BNG calculation be different if woodland is managed to ensure that it's operating properly as screening?
Well, the calculation has to be made, but I would argue that including this woodland as it is on both sides of the equation would it reduce the percentage uplift. BNG is calculated by reference, the gain is calculated by reference to a base figure and
And an additional,
as built or as planted thing, and the gain is the percentage uplift of one or the other. And if you have the same figure in the base, increase the base and the uplift by including these woodlands, then your percentage would come down.
well, it's an increase in habitat units, hedgerow units, those sorts of things.
On both sides.
Well, we can come back to that in the ecology section
Yeah,
and,
I suggest we take that ecology. Let's just deal with the screening effects of the woodland. Because I have to have some boundaries so that I know where the evidence is going to go and so that the advocates can prepare their positions. Sorry, we need to have some boundaries on this evidence as set out by Ms. Curtis. So that preparation by me and by the advocates on matters of ecology, BNG, etc., can be in place. I'm perfectly content you've raised it, but I don't think it's a point that we can take any further at this point.
Okay, sir.
We can put it into the ecology roundtable and have it as a point of discussion there. But if we can focus on the landscape elements of those two bits of woodland.
yes, the woodland, it's in the estate's ownership. That means it can be brought within a condition dealing with their management.
And it's a condition on the appellant.
Well, it's a condition that runs with the land.
On the developer.
Conditions run with the land rather than individuals.
I thought planning conditions ran with the person developing the implementing the plan.
We're at risk of getting into a debate, you and I, about this. Let me put the proposition to you. If that woodland can be brought within a landscape ecological management plan to manage it for the screening of the substation, would you be content?
Much more content than I am, but still nervous.
Okay. Now let's come back to the road, if we can, to the hedgerow. And the position is this: we know that the estate currently maintains that hedgerow. It is, if not entirely within its land ownership, it's on the boundary. Correct?
Outside the boundary, yes.
Right, we're going to disagree on that. There's no evidence that that hedgerow is going to be removed.
None at all.
No.
Oh, wait, sorry. There does seem to be an area where the hedge is removed and there's an acoustic barrier created, which I don't understand.
Where's that, Miss?
Can
we deal with the?
What?
Yes.
Yes, we're on the horse road. If you look,
No.
well, if you look at the F1 and F2 on the just south of the horse road, there is it's more prominent on earlier iterations, but it looks to us as though there is to be an acoustic barrier across the area just to the east of the recreation area. You can see it's up better on the little inset plan, bottom right-hand corner. And if you look at the key, it says a 3-meter high acoustic barrier. And that's a green line, and that green line appears in the place I'm indicating.
No. Sorry, I'm just taking instructions on this. Why doesn't it say that? Oh, I see. Yes, forgive me, right. Not for me to give evidence, but I think I'm probably going to try and explain this so that we don't.
If it avoids us talking at cross purposes because one believes one thing and the other believes another,
Yes,
a little bit like tracking PV panels, I'm quite happy to have an explanation.
yes. So where it is in the hedgerow on the inset, that's just the line of the hedge. That's not an acoustic barrier. Where you see the acoustic barriers is, for example, on field 7, to the west side of field 7, you have battery storage there. And you have an acoustic barrier. So that's the green line around that battery storage there.
In part, there'll be conditions that will finalise details of all of this.
Sorry, sir, I can't hear you.
Well, in part, the condition that has been referred to would finalise some of these details. I can see exactly, Mr. Ward. Now, your reference to that, what looks to be a fairly straight green line that runs along that edge to the west of the red, or we could argue pink dot. I think the statement that's coming from the appellant side is that that is not acoustic barrier. I'd be very surprised if it was, in light of the fact there's no noise generating uses in that area, apart from the possible battery storage to the east of A2. But I think no acoustic barrier at that range would have any significant effect on noise coming from the battery storage area. It would be well, unless it was many meters high. So I'm assuming that that's a drafting issue and not a identification of an acoustic barrier. I'm hoping I'm going to get nods from the appellant side, and they can certainly confirm that.
Yes.
I would like to continue on the assumption that there isn't acoustic barriers on the Halse Road.
Yeah.
Can I just say, sir, that I have raised this in writing and haven't had an answer.
Right. Okay.
I'm sorry there was no answer forthcoming for that. I'll try and get to the bottom of why there was no answer forthcoming to that, but that's not an acoustic barrier. We can see where it is on the plan, and it's not there. So I just want to return to this. There's no evidence that the current management of the Halse Road hedge alongside the site boundary will be any different, or will be carried out by anyone other than the landowners in future.
I don't think there's any evidence either way. All I would say is that is outside the barrier, outside the boundary at the moment, and needs to be addressed.
Well, what we have with field 2 to the south of the existing hedgerow is a further new native hedgerow and semi-mature trees. Do you see that?
Yeah, we do, but we also have Mr. Evans's rebuttal in which he tells us it's going to be the roads side hedges are going to be managed 3 to 4 meters high.
Can we deal with the hedgerow we're looking at? The new hedgerow on field 2. That provides additional screening, doesn't it, to that field?
Sorry, could you repeat this?
Yes, field 2.
Field 2, yes.
Yeah,
That's additional screening. Yes, I agree.
you see new native hedgerow and semi-mature trees to shield views from the road.
Yes.
So additional screening there. And then to the east of field 7, we also have a hedgerow there, an existing hedgerow.
Yes.
Yes. And field 9 to the east of that, there is new native hedgerow with semi-mature trees.
Yes.
You see that? And then likewise field 10, semi-mature trees to reinforce the existing field boundary, and plans to retain and reinforce the existing hedgerow. You see that?
With the hedge largely outside the red line.
Well, again, we're going to disagree about the precise location of red lines. In any event, this is all land within the estate's ownership, is it not?
But yes, but you're making claims which need to be enforceable.
We have to read the totality of the plans and what's proposed, together with any conditions that are proposed as a whole, don't we, to understand the nature of the scheme and what's to be achieved by the green infrastructure and landscaping.
Thank you.
And it's quite clear that what is proposed here is significant screening, both through using existing planting, hedgerows and trees, and through the incorporation of new hedgerow planting and tree planting, correct?
And what I would say is there are plans to that effect, but it is not clear from this revision O who is responsible for delivering it.
There's an issue about green infrastructure and the green infrastructure corridor through the site along the old railway line. Again, concerns you've expressed are about the loss of vegetation in that area.
Yes, I don't think there should be any loss of vegetation on the green infrastructure corridor.
Your point is that green infrastructure should be respected and that corridor.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I agree, and I think the inspector will do too. And in due course, it would be good, Mr. Ward, if you would help contribute to the condition that the appellant and the council will hopefully agree to secure the management and delivery of that green infrastructure for public use in future. You'd be content to engage with that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Ms. Osmond-Smith, thank you very much indeed. I've no questions on the landscape side. So, Ms. Curtis, do you have anything you want to come back on in terms of re-exam?
No, thank you, sir.
All right. Mr. Ward, you're in the unusual position of reappearing before me on, I guess, the roundtables and possibly with the roundup of the planning and other matters that to come. But for now, on those matters, you may stand down.
Am I allowed to talk to people overnight?
You are, because I won't be taking any more evidence from you on landscape
Thank you very much.
matters. So you are released in terms of that duty. It leaves us with circumstance of on the programme moving to the appellant's landscape evidence. I can't remember your timing, and I'll have to look it up, but I think it was an hour to an hour and a half, which is going to be quite tight. How do you feel it is, having heard so far? Yeah, I think I agree.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a lot to cover, so I don't want to say I'll get it done in the next 40 minutes or so. I think that would be ambitious.
Yeah. I'm not a great fan of chopping in chief in half overnight.
No, I'm a bit nervous about the timetable, the whole inquiry.
Well, you may have noticed that I put a lot of space in Thursday.
Yeah.
I actually thought Thursday I'd put in about half a day of what's in for about a day.
As long as we're content, because after next Monday.
Yeah.
I start to get into serious diary trouble now. I mean,
Yeah.
by serious, I mean.
Yeah.
Like July.
We'll do just a little bit of programming just to assist then. Little prompt, Mr. Richards, for you in terms of cross-examination timings for Mr. Evans, because yeah.
Try and be much closer to the hour than an hour and a half.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I think with Ms. Curtis, probably desire to do some cross-exam if it needs to go beyond Mr. Richards. It's all morning. Okay. Yeah. That's definitely all morning.
Yes,
Yes, that's Mr. Evans all morning.
yes. Yes,
And Thursday's the day we have to finish exactly at 5 and be tidied up and out of here. Okay.
on planning.
Quite simple.
Yeah.
Well, you've been there and done it.
I think I said see Shropshire for the benefits.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm with Mr. Richards actually, that if we do, what are we going to gain though tomorrow? By pushing on later just to get Mr. Evans through in chief.
I don't think we'll get through this in chief necessarily tonight.
No.
My suggestion is James that we started him, but of necessity, it would mean splitting him in chief. If that was something that you don't like to do, then I would say don't start rather than sit late, because the further past 5 o'clock it gets, the droopier our eyelids all become.
So
Yeah.
if we bag half an hour this evening, can we steal it back in the morning?
9:30 kickoff. My only concern is just about timings for the people who were tuning in or were intending to attend.
Well, we
terms
can
of
tell them
residents.
we can tell them now, can't we? The inquiry programs are always flexible.
They are. Okay, don't want to waste too much more time. Let me just say, I think by the time we get Mr. Evans through in chief, we'll be pushing past, perhaps further into the after the 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Mr. Richard, I appreciate your concerns. I appreciate what my union tells me I should be doing too. If we start at 9:30, we may gain a little bit of time and we may be able to fiddle with the lunchtime to bring ourselves back on track with the round tables. What I would say is that there is half an hour, just over half an hour left today, that we could perhaps iron out some of these discussions on conditions and site visits usefully while everyone's here in the room except me. And that might save us time or save you time in terms of extra time tomorrow and beyond, particularly if we're going to be kicked out at 5 tomorrow. There is a less flexibility on Monday, isn't there, for everybody, looking at how long a site visit might need to take. So we need to try and ensure we get back on track for Friday morning to complete the evidence on Friday morning. Okay, won't waste any more time with me. I will ask you to work quite hard on those conditions. They've raised their head a few times today. It would also be helpful for me to see at least a set of drafts before the end of the week. And also on that site visit itinerary if necessary, but we'll start at 9:30 tomorrow. We'll come straight in with Mr. Evans, give him absolutely the time that we need, be flexible with the lunch break to then get the to get the roundtables in.
Yeah.
And hopefully, and we'll see how we go, Mr. Richards' focused planning approach. It can go a little bit further than see Shropshire, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, good. I hope that works. It's not ideal, but I hope it works. I hope things work well on conditions in terms of using this time productively, but otherwise I will see everyone else at 9:30. And if people are listening online, preparing live stream, it says. Won't worry about that. Or if indeed people are here in terms of local residents who knew of others who were hoping to attend and were intending to attend at 10 tomorrow, if you could let them know it's 9:30, that would be very helpful. Obviously, tomorrow will be the start of the appellant's evidence. The first time we'll have heard formal evidence from them. So as long as we're prepared for that, that's excellent. And I will see you all at 9:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you.